Hello, 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 hello. I cut my finger the other day and I don't know what on, so I try to open bottles, it hurts. How are y'all doing? What's up, nerds? Oh, ow. How was y'all's weekend? Are you back at work? Or desk at home? Oh, okay, work. Work. You eating the leftover barbecue that we bought? Hmm. We went out and got, like, early lunch on Saturday. We're trying to figure out what we wanted to get. Ended up at this barbecue place that we've gone to before and it was pretty good. We went this time and it was rather on the rough side. Like, nothing was really seasoned. It was kind of just all around meh. Arrow, arrow. Oni had also like looked at his stuff, and it didn't look like it was smoked. At least not for very long.
Paid $20-something for some boiled brisket.
Oh, that was beef rib.
No, the brisket was boiled too.
Oh, but I meant the money.
The beef rib was $30-something.
It was 29. So I thought you were meant beef rib.
When you put tax on that.
True. It was expensive, and it was. We should have just gone to get sushi. That's how bad it was.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm watching a video again.
What video?
The Super Bosses one.
Oh yeah.
This Penance motherfucker look all kind of creepy. I don't like how he look. Give me the heebie-jeebie. I don't like how that nigga. I don't like it. Okay. I don't know what it is. I don't even
think I've actually seen what it looks like.
I don't know what it is. I'm at 1824. I sent you the video on Discord.
Oh, you sent it to me? Oh, I was just looking them up.
I seen they got like a cropped out just version of them. I don't know what it is, man. This motherfucker got the thing above his head and shit. I don't know, man. I don't know. What's up, Mr. Clint? Yeah, we paid $90 at a barbecue place for some boiled ass brisket. There was literally no smoke ring on that bitch.
Boss fights.
No, don't talk, video. I didn't tell you to start. I have not seen that one before. But I didn't get to play the international version until we got it, so...
Yeah, we never actually played through it, right?
Correct. What time did you say you were at?
It was 12. What the fuck did I say? 1824 or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's when it just has like the raw screenshot. I don't know what it is, man. I don't like it. I don't like how he look. I don't like how he stand. Motherfucker floating.
Do you even have
got
a
no
face?
feet. I don't know. I think that top thing up there is supposed to be. I don't know. We got any Final Fantasy X heads in here that's fought this dude?
And it's just like zooming in on him.
Right? Mm-mm.
Penance did appear in the European version of the game when it released in May 2000. Versions of the standard Aeons from the main game, and these would act as precursors to the fight against Penance. Indeed, you would need to actually defeat all of them before the game's super boss would appear above the Calmlands. Now, I will preface all of this by saying you can beat Penance by using Yojimbo Zanmato, but if you're a purist or you just don't have the money, then you're in for one hell of a fight, as Penance can cause some serious pain if you don't manage the situation. Clocking in with 12 million hit points and 2 arms that act independently and have 500,000 hit points each, it means Penance has a lot of staying power, especially as its right arm can also heal for 100,000 per turn. The other rather troublesome aspect is Judgment Day, Penance's ultimate attack that it will perform after being hit for damage 19 times, assuming both of its arms are still active. It will deal 99,999 points of damage, instantly killing the entire party. Auto life does still work, but you're in the hands of the gods as to whether the party is strong enough to survive for much longer afterwards. The main strategy.
I take it
therefore
back. After
focuses
watching
on
Super Boss
diminishing
videos,
the
I don't play
impact of
Final Fantasy
arms.
games no
If
more.
executed correctly,
Why?
They should never get a turn. It's still no walk in the park though.
They
as
seem like
pennants can
terrible
still
games
use
geared only for
obliterate to deal
suffering.
up to
That's what super
23,000
bosses
points of
are.
damage to the entire
No.
party. In its second
Only
form,
for suffering.
Penance also
Yeah,
starts
that's
to
what
use
super bosses
Liberation,
are.
which if not kept
Fuck
in check
that
will
shit.
quickly pick off party members due to its armor break status. Needless to say, defeating Penance requires a lot of patience and concentration.
It's what we
but you'll get a
call
great deal
for
of
14
satisfaction
flex
if
mounts. You know,
manage
it's a
to
flex
achieve it.
fight.
And with that, my list has come to a conclusion. So yeah, they were 7 incredibly hard super bosses from the main series games that I'm pretty sure you won't have beaten first time around. Well, unless you did an absolute ton of planning beforehand and probably got a bit lucky. Either way, are you in agreement, or are there other super bosses that you feel that I've missed out on that are perhaps harder? As always, let us know in the comments below, and if you enjoyed the video,
Alright, I'm
please
gonna mute
hit that like
myself so I
button
don't eat
and
this corn in
subscribe
y'all
to
ear
our
like an
channel.
animal.
Also,
Huh?
if you'd love to join our growing community, make sure you check out our Discord server.
What'd you say? Summary. Mm-hmm. Seven facts about Sephiroth that you probably didn't know. Arrow. No, this is not your bed. Came over. Yeah, we never actually finished that video we watched too. Lay down, elephant. Whoa. The burp heard round the world. From the kitchen. It definitely feels like a Monday because I'm like all kinds of tired for some reason. What are you doing? What happened?
Huh? What am I doing?
Hi, you. I asked what happened. I know what you're doing. The whole damn bed, huh?
What they do? Hit it with the hose?
No, put it in the washing machine.
Cause you know how I be hitting them hoes too.
No.
Okay.
Don't. Everybody knows you don't.
No, I'm a bad guy.
Yeah, okay. It's a cute story you keep telling yourself. Hello.
Oh, nigga.
Excuse me? What did you just say?
I burped.
Yeah, what did you say?
I said burp.
Uh-huh. Again, huh? It doesn't even have a slider in your sound settings?
I'm trying to slide in her.
You do that just to annoy me, don't you?
Do what?
Laugh like that.
I was what?
That laugh
No.
is terrible.
Look, blue lady, I'm horny as fuck. Leave me alone.
Yeah, but that laugh is no indicator.
It turns your brain into unga bunga stupid ass. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, that laugh.
Sorry, I was born.
That laugh does nothing for me.
Well,
So maybe refrain. Hmm?
what? Maybe what if it does something for me? Huh? 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 Huh?
I have nothing to say. But that would be really weird.
I'm with Dum Dum Juice.
Okay, so we're not talking about music.
Shut up, Saint. You ain't gotta point it out.
How's your Final Fantasy 12 video?
It's really long. He kind of talks funny.
How long is he talks funny?
Kind of talks funny,
What do you-
but it's not terrible.
Because he's got an accent?
It's 42 minutes and 17 seconds long, but it's like literally Final Fantasy 12 spoilers.
Well, I got that part.
Like he's just kind of just talking over the story.
Uh-huh.
So if you want to just listen to some Final Fantasy shenanigans,
I didn't know
then
you were gonna listen to the whole video.
I just kind of had it playing. I'm just listening,
Okay, well we're...
taking in this good Final Fantasy 12 music. God damn.
Oh, this isn't the same people. I thought it was the same people.
No, it's different thing. They got like I see they got 9 on here. They got a whole playlist. I guess it's just kind of like they have summaries of all the games in case you wanna
as it is underappreciated by others.
get the
He does
the
talk kind of
summary.
funny.
It's not terrible. You get used to it, but it's definitely different.
Never case. Are you where are you in it?
I started it over.
Ah. Okay.
All right,
Uh-huh.
go.
Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy XII. A game that is perhaps as beloved by some
Bum,
as it
bum,
is
bum.
underappreciated by others. Final Fantasy games seem to have a habit of changing
Underappreciated.
things up. And in the case of Final Fantasy XII, many seem to have felt that the game diverges too significantly from what they had come to expect from a Final Fantasy game. For those who were able to get on board, however, Final Fantasy XII features a satisfyingly intricate political plot, fueled by excellent character drama, all the while being delivered by well-written dialogue and some of the best world-building the series has ever seen. I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video I hope you'll join me as we revisit the world of Ivalice to celebrate the story of Final Fantasy XII. We have a long journey ahead of us, and I hope you'll be with us every step of the way.
I
A crowd
I mean, it
gathers
looks like a
as
race
parade
queen outfit,
marches
that's
to
for
the streets
sure.
of Urbanasta to celebrate the union
The
of
hearts
Princess
are nice.
Ash of Dalmasca
Wait, what
and
race
Prince
queen
Rasla
outfit?
of the neighboring kingdom of Nabradia. The
Fuck.
two seem
This.
blissfully fond of one another, despite the political nature of their marriage. The couple's happiness is short-lived, however, as the Arcadian Empire invades Nabradia, forcing Prince Rasla to return to defend his homeland with the aid of Dalmasca. Charging into the fray at the Battle of Nalbina Fortress, Rasla is struck by an arrow and killed. His
I got
lifeless
a
body
real bad
carried off
hankering
by
for a
Captain
Yuki
Bash
race
von
queen outfit,
Rosenberg
I
of
gotta
Dalmasca,
admit.
as the fortress falls into the hands of the Empire. With his native country all but
Aye.
obliterated, Rasla is later rests
I don't know.
in Rabanasta.
I
His
just want to
now
see you in a
widowed
race queen
wife,
outfit for some
Princess
reason.
Ash, greatly mourning his loss. After the fall of Nabradia, the Arcadian Empire sets its sight on Dalmasca.
I guess I'm kind of curious how you would design one, like
Seeing
what you
no
would
other
want it to
way
look
save
like.
his people,
Maybe
King
that's what it
Ramirez
is? I
agrees
don't
to
know.
sign a treaty, conceding to imperial rule. Upon hearing that the treaty signing is not but a pretense to murder the king, Captain Bash, along with his good friend and comrade Vostler York Azelas, and the young soldier Rex, infiltrates the palace in order to save him. Rex gets separated from the others, and as he finally catches up to them, he is shocked to find the king murdered by none other than Bash himself. A fact Bash divulges freely to Rex as he stabs him, just before
Right.
being captured.
That's
by
right.
Imperial
I killed your
soldiers.
king, little motherfucker.
In the aftermath,
Why would you do
Marcus
that?
Ondor, ruler
Cause
of
I
the neutral
can.
city-state of
Stupid.
Bujerba, announces that Princess Ash has taken her own life, and that the traitor Bash has
Right,
been put to
Raid?
death. His hope being that with these news, the people of Dalmasca can once again know some semblance of peace, even as they are to be governed by the Arcadian Empire. 2 years later, Van, an orphan street urchin and the younger brother of Rex, is running through the streets of Rabanasta, having just picked the pockets of an Imperial soldier. The rationale being that it isn't really stealing, since he's just taking back what the Empire took from Dalmasca. His good friend Penello cautions him about his behavior, telling him that orphans like them need to stick together. Van, however, has other plans.
Why is he
as
calling
he
him
dreams of
Van?
escaping his lot in life by becoming a sky pirate, free to go where he wills. Later on,
Name is
the two of them
Vaughn.
watch as Vayne Cardua Solidor gives a heartfelt speech to the people of Dalmasca, telling them that he will gladly bear the brunt of their hatred, as long as they honor the late king's wish for peace, swaying the populace to his way of thinking, much to the surprise of Van and Penello. Not one to bow down to the Empire, Van plots to infiltrate the royal palace, with the help of old Dallin from the low town slums, using the fete held to commemorate Vayne as Dalmasca's new consul, to distract from his illegal activities. While looting the treasure, Van comes across the goddess's magicite hidden inside a statue, and meets Balthier, a sky pirate bent on stealing the consul's treasures, and his companion Fran, a Vienna
Hey,
warrior.
Fran.
Balthier demands Van's treasure, but Van wants to keep his fine and makes his escape. As the thieves bicker amongst themselves, the underground Damascan resistance stages a military coup in an attempt to remove the consul from office and reclaim Dalmasca from the Empire. Vayne, having foreseen this, eventually has the Ifrit, an Imperial warship ready in position to blast away the opposition. Balthier demands Van's newfound treasure, but
Thanks
as
for
Van
the
refuses to hand it over,
follow.
Balthier is forced to take him along
Welcome,
for the ride,
welcome.
as they make their escape on a hoverbike. Before they are in the clear, however, the goddess's magicite Van had pilfered from the
I mean,
treasure just
that's
moments
how
ago,
you make an
robs
outfit.
the
You take
bike of its
pieces of
power,
other ones
leading the newly
and
formed
don't
threesome
take
to
other
continue their
things
getaway
and
via the city's sewer system.
make something
I
new
like
out
this,
of
I
it.
don't like that. I like this, I don't like that. Put it
Forming
together
a
and what do you get?
temporary
Bibbidi
truce,
bobbidi that.
Balthier, Fran, and Van
Bibbidi bobbidi
look
fat?
their way out of the sewers. But on the way there,
Depends on the outfit.
Amalia, the leader of the resistance, who
Amalia.
was separated from her companions while retreating after their failed attack. Amalia joins the party, even though she has little patience for the trio's thievery. The group is captured by the Imperial Guard led by Vayne, under the assumption they are thieves, and Amalia is escorted away. Vaan, Balthier, and Fran are to be sent to the Nalbina dungeons, and as Van's childhood friend Penelo sees Vaan being escorted away in chains, she runs to the group. She is halted by Balthier, who wants to avoid a scene, and promises to bring Vaan back safely. Nearby, a group of Bangar bounty hunters, with a vendetta against Balthier, take a note of his kindness towards Penelo. Having been thrown unconscious into the Nalbina dungeons, Vaan sees a vision of his brother Rex, wherein he tells him that even if he was a part of the assassination of the king, he isn't to blame, since Captain Bash must have tricked him into it. Rex disappears in the vision, having already passed away in real life, and Vaan leaves behind a bouquet of Galbana lilies in the empty chair he leaves behind. Waking up in the dungeon, Vaan is greeted by Balthier and brought up to speed on the situation, as he informs him that Fran is in the process of finding them a way out. As Vaan wanders around the facility, he gets in trouble with some Sikh, as he tries to come to the defense of a fellow inmate being beaten to death. Before Vaan can suffer the same fate, however, Balthier comes to his aid, and together they fend off the horde. After the battle, the dungeon is visited by a headhunter by the name of Bagamlan, who has come looking for Balthier, not one to mind his manners. Bagamlan disrespects the Imperial soldiers present, but is quickly silenced by the arrival of Arcadian Judge Magister Gabranth. That puts him in his place with a few well-placed words. As Gabranth and Bagamlan go their separate ways, Fran notifies Balthier and Vaan that she has found them a way out, and Balthier explains that as a Viera, Fran has extraordinarily sharp senses. Following Gabranth, the party ventures deeper in the dungeon. Unknowingly, Gabranth leads him to a cage where Captain Bash is being held captive. The rumors of his execution apparently having been greatly exaggerated. Gabranth mocks Bash and asks why he yet lives, which Bash replies is only to be used as a bargaining chip to silence Marquis Ondo that had previously announced his execution. Once Gabranth leaves, Bash senses the presence of others, and as they approach the cage, Balthier tells Bash that he has no words for Kingslayers, which Bash responds to by vehemently denying to have killed the king. Vaan, not being as forgiving as Balthier, jumps onto the cage, condemning Bash for what he has brought down upon Damaska and his brother Rex. The noise alerting the guards and forcing Fran to drop the cage down into the hole below, with Threesome riding the cage with Bash still inside as they make their escape. The four breaks the cage open and frees Bash, letting him accompany them as an extra sword arm as they make their way through the Barheim passage, an abandoned mine crawling with monsters. Halfway through the mines, Bash tells them the truth of what happened that fateful night. The truth being that he was framed by his twin brother Gabranth as a scheme hatched by Vayne to strip Dalmasca of its sovereignty, Gabranth being the true Kingslayer, as he impersonated Bash, and Vaan's brother Rex being the witness they needed to have everyone believe that the captain had killed the king. Upon escaping the Barheim passage, they make their way back to Rabanastre, where they part ways. Once Balthier and Fran have left, Vaan heads off by himself to see Penelo. When Penelo is nowhere to be found, Vaan goes to see Old Dallin to show him the treasure he got from the palace. Old Dallin tasks him with delivering a sword of the Old Order to Vossler of the Resistance, and in exchange, Vaan asks Old Dallin to look into the whereabouts of Penelo for him. When Vaan arrives at the Resistance hideout, a heated argument about Bash's return is already underway. Bash pleads to Vossler to let him help them rescue Amalia, but Vossler cannot trust Bash after all that has transpired. A lone agent, Bash asks Vaan to take him to Balthier so that he can make use of his airship. Along the way, Van makes peace with Bash, affirming his belief in his innocence. The two of them find Balthier, along with Fran, at the Sandsea Tavern, where they find out that Penelo has been kidnapped by the Banga headhunter Bagamlan and his group in an effort to get to Balthier. Van begs Balthier to take them to Bujerba and offers him the goddess's magicite as payment. Balthier reluctantly agrees, and Bash tags along, hoping to get an audience with the Marquis. Balthier, Fran,
Then
Van,
eat
and
something.
Bash
It's bread,
head to
nerd.
Bujerba to free Penelo and Balthier's airship, the Straw. Van, who
Hey,
dreams
what
of
up,
becoming a
working
sky
man?
pilot
Icy's
one
D,
day,
what's good, bro?
He's especially excited for the trip. Upon arriving in Bujerba, they meet a boy who overhears them talking about entering the Lushu mines.
You gotta get that money so you can meet you a girl who'll dress up as the Agir and you can clap them booty cheeks.
As they reach the entrance of the mines, they encounter Judge Magister Geese, returning from an inspection of the mines along with Marquis Ondor. The party stumbles onto a magicite excavation site, a magical mineral that keeps the sky.
That's the plan,
continent afloat
actually.
over Ivalice. Lamont pulls
Just
out the
saying, bruh.
piece
But
of
you gotta have it.
manufactured nethicite.
Them ladies like to feel secure, and if you ain't got that paper, they don't feel secure, which means that you ain't gonna get no play any day.
The Lushu
Okay, K?
mines are providing magicite to the Draclaw laboratory in Arcades for the secret research on manufactured nethicite behind Emperor Gramus's back.
I
Like
did,
Levi
Dad, but they all ended up
machinations by Vane
crazy.
And Dr. Zidolfo's demon Bonanza, the Empire's leading nethicite researcher. As a surprise to Lamont, Balthier
Nah, if
recognizes
you
the piece
got your
of
shit together, you will
nethicite
attract people that have their
and
shit
demands to know
together.
where he got it from. They are interrupted by Bagamlan and his gang. Van calls for Penelo, but Bagamlan had already let her go and attacks the party. During the commotion, Lamont escapes, urging the others to follow. After getting rid of Bagamlan, the party finds Judge Geese has captured Penelo. Furious to have discovered an outsider wandering the mines, full of the Empire's secrets. Lamont recognizes Penelo as the girl Van and the others had come to rescue and comes to her aid. Geese is left dumbfounded as Lamont escorts Penelo to Marquis's Ondor estate as his guest. The others follow the exchange from the shadows, and Balthier explains Lamont is none other than Larsa Ferinas Solidor, the younger brother to Vane and the Emperor's son, and thus
Got your
second
shit
in
together?
line for the
Is your
throne
house
of
clean,
Arcadia.
Queso? Is you
Larsa
exercising and
staying
working
at
on your
Marquis's
health?
estate under the
Is you
pretense
running
of a
game?
holiday.
Is you got your
But his
business
true
going?
intention is to travel Ivalice and discern its political situation. As although Larsa is young, he is
We're all
interested in
peculiar in
world
our own
affairs.
way, bruh.
Van spreads rumor of Bash still being alive to discredit the Marquis and catch the local resistance attention to gain an audience with Ondor. The ploy works, and Van and his friends are brought to the Marquis. Van asks for Penelo, but she has already left. She has gone on board the Imperial flagship dreadnought Leviathan as Larsa's guest. Bash tells the Marquis Amalia is being held captive on board by Judge Geese,
We're good man.
and Ondor would like to see her saved, but getting personally involved would compromise Bujerba's position. Thus, he captures Bash, Van, Balthier, and Fran, and has them sent to Judge Geese on board the Leviathan under the pretense of helping the Empire catch the Nalbina dungeon escapees. But his true motivation is to have Bash and the others save Amalia. Bash, Van, Balthier, and Fran are brought to Geese and find him with Amalia, who is revealed to be Princess Ash. Ash recognizes Bash as the Kingslayer and is angered that he is still alive. Bash wants to trade their freedom for the location of the royal heirloom, a piece of deified nethicite called the Dusk Shard, but Ash objects. The goddess's magicite in Van's pocket begins to shine in Ash's presence, revealing itself as the Dusk Shard, an heirloom of the dynasty.
That's the thing about it.
Gross.
If it rains, just wait for the grass to dry out. It makes it so much harder to mow when it's fucking the grass is hydrated.
To the Empire's hands, and seizes the Dust Shard from Van, much to Ash's frustration. They are imprisoned, with
And-
Ash
oh, yes.
as the secretary, but freed by Vossler, who apparently had a change of heart and came to their aid in an imperial disguise. Joined by Vossler, the party searches the Leviathan for
I don't
Ash's
know,
cell
but
and frees her.
how
She
dare.
is still angered by Bash's presence, but he swears his innocence and loyalty to Dalmasca and thus to her. As they look for an exit, the reassembled party runs into Larza and Penelo, who have befriended during the time they have spent together. Larza is keen to see a peaceful resolution to the conflict, and believes he could convince his father, the Emperor,
Wow.
to allow Ash to reclaim Dalmasca if she will ally with the Empire. Thus, he decides to aid the party's escape, and gives Penelo his piece of manufactured nethicite as a good luck charm and memento of their meeting.
Always.
The party heads for an exit, but runs into Judge Geese, who hurls magic at them that is absorbed by Penelo's piece of manufactured nethicite. After being in awe of the nethicite's power, the party defeats Geese and escapes on a carrier ship piloted by Balthier back to Bujerba. Back in Bujerba, the group has another meeting with the Marquis. Ash wants to expand the small resistance she and Vossler started back in Rabanasta to create a force strong enough to reclaim Dalmasca, and thus wants the Marquis's aid. Although Ondor, who is actually Ash's uncle, is glad his plan to have saved her worked, he is not ready to join the resistance. Ondor points out that even if Ash had the means to go to war against the Empire, now that the Dusk Shard has been lost, she has no means of proving her identity as the rightful heir to Dalmasca's throne. Ondor wants Ash to stay with him for her safety, while he continues with his own machinations against the Empire. But Ash knows Ondor will prioritize Bujerba over Dalmasca, and is not content with sitting aside and waiting while her kingdom suffers. Ash requests Balthier's aid in retrieving another proof of her royal blood, the Dawn Shard, one of the pieces of day-affected nethicite the Dynast King wielded to unite Ivalice in the Galtian alliance hundreds of years ago. While Wraithwall gave two of the pieces away to the ruling houses of the Kingdom of Dalmasca and Nabradia, the third shard was buried with him in the Tomb of Wraithwall, with the knowledge of its existence passed down in his royal lineage. The party heads to the Dynast King's tomb on foot, as it is located on a yacht and thus impassable on an airship. They run into Vossler, who wants to join their cause, even if he detests traveling with sky pirates, who are only aiding Ash for the promise of King Wraithwall's treasure. To Balthier's dismay, Wraithwall's treasure turns out to be the control of the Esper Bellius, and not of monetary value. As Ash claims the Dawn Shard, she is met by a ghostly apparition of her late husband Rasler. The party exits the tomb, only to discover the dreadnought Leviathan, and the rest of Geese's fleet waiting for them as a result of Vossler having alerted them. As proof of the might of the Empire's manufactured nethicite, they can fly airships even on the yacht. Ash is furious at Vossler's betrayal, who has come to believe opposition is futile, and that acquiescence is the only way to save Dalmasca from further harm. The party is again brought before Geese, who takes the Dawn Shard from Ash. Gleeful, the party has again done the work for the Empire in delivering them with day-affected nethicite. Geese has the party taken away in chains, but succumbs to delusions of grandeur before the stone's power. Geese plans to use the stone to take over the Empire, and has its power evaluated by placing the Dawn Shard in the engine of the Leviathan.
How does his hair stay like that with his judge helmet on?
As mist,
Magic.
the ephemeral
Apparently.
magical power of
He has a
Ivalice
nethicite
flows
just
from
for
the
his hair.
stone. The mist effusing from the Dawn Shard drives Fran into a frenzy, and she breaks free from her shackles and attacks their captors. The others free themselves as well, but as they make for the exit, they are stopped by Vossler, whom the party is forced to defeat. In his final words, Vossler asks
Hello.
Ash to look after Ash, and as the party escapes on another carrier ship, the Dawn Shard in the Leviathan's engine explodes, destroying the entire fleet. As the Leviathan falls, the party escapes riding the blast wave. But as they spot the dawn shot glimmering mid-air in the center of the explosion, they turn back to retrieve it. After witnessing the Arcadian 8th Fleet destroyed by the power of the Dawn Shard, Ash decides to wield it as a weapon against the Empire. As even if the resistance movement she had started was lost when Wastel became a turncoat, she now possessed a weapon of seemingly unimaginable power. As she doesn't know how to use the now lusterless Dawn Shard, Fran suggests to head for Jahara, the village of the Garif, knowledgeable on Magicite lore. Ash asks Balthier to accompany her, but he demands a ring on her finger as down payment until he comes across a better treasure. In Jahara, the Garif tell Ash they cannot be of help due to the stone eluding even their ancestors. The Garif chief tells Ash that Dawn Shard has lost its power, as the mist it inhabited has been released, making the Dawn Shard useless as a weapon. They meet Laza, who has come to persuade Ash to join both him and another mysterious ally at Mount Boromices to prevent the imminent war between the nation-states of Ivalice. Laza explains his plan for Ash to gain the Grand Kiltias Anastasis' blessing to assume the throne of Dalmasca, and then propose peace to the Empire. The idea of making peace with the Empire that stole everything from her repulses Ash, but she sees no other way to help her kingdom. That
Gross.
night, Ash talks with Van, who
He's
reveals
going.
he also saw an apparition the moment Ash
Finally
claimed the
working on
Dawn Shard
something new.
from the tomb of Wraithwall, although he thought it looked like his late brother. The two decide to conceal the ghostly encounter from the others. Van explains that helping Ash reclaim Dalmasca is his way of
Hello.
stopping running away from his problems. Disgraced by the 8th Fleet's destruction, Vayne is called back to Arcadia. He begins to suspect his father and the Imperial Senate will bypass him for Emperor, giving the throne to his brother Larsa instead, whom the Senate sees as susceptible to manipulation due to his youth. Gramis is of failing health, and the question of his succession is to come up soon. Gramis tasks Judge Gabranth to spy on Vayne, to discern his true intention. The Judge Magisters know Larsa is not
I
easily manipulated, and once the Senate
Want it to not
realizes
be
this,
hot.
he may be in
It's
danger
hot.
of being assassinated.
At night.
Judge Magister Drace and Gabranth
Videos
talk
are
the matter over and decide to protect Lord Larsa for the stability of the nation. Ash decides to trust Larsa, and he joins her party on their passage to Mount Boromices, the center of the Kiltia faith. While passing through the Gormor jungle, their path is barred by magical barriers set out by the Viera. Fran unveils the Viera settlement of Eruit village, telling the others she is an exile, and the Viera will not be happy to see her. But her younger sister Mjörn may be able to help. In the village, Fran's other sister, Jote, claims Mjörn is not there, and tells Fran to ask for wood for her whereabouts.
Thanks for the gift
Fran has
sub.
spent too long away from the
Hey.
Viera homeland,
Appreciate you, Napa.
and her kin no longer consider her a true Viera, as she cannot hear the green word. Jote despises, yet pities Fran for her fall, and states, the wood says Mjörn is at the local Magicite mine. The party travels to the Hanem Mines, another of the Empire's sites of Magicite research, and finds the local researchers slain. Larsa becomes
No,
agitated
you.
at the site and wants to investigate the matter. They find Fran's sister Mjörn deep in the mines acting strangely, holding a piece of manufactured nethicite, being possessed by a shadow with glowing eyes. When Mjörn drops the nethicite, it breaks, releasing her. As Fran rushes to her sister, Mjörn explains she left the wood to explore the world, but was captured and asked to hold a piece of manufactured nethicite to test its effect on a Viera. Larsa asks Penelo to return the piece of manufactured nethicite he had given to her earlier, apologizing for not realizing the danger. Back in Eruit village, Mjörn is reunited with her kin. Fran asks her to not follow her example and leave the wood, as it only leads to a life of loneliness. Jotei gives Fran the Lente's tear to dispel the jungle's magical barriers and asks her never to return. Reaching Mount
Your ass out of
Baromesis,
here, traitor.
the party speaks to the Grand Kiltius and meets Larsa's secret ally, Al-Cid Margrace, from the ruling house of Rosaria. Although Al-Cid is but one of the many nobles of the ruling class, Larsa hopes that securing his
This game doesn't have
allegiance
just one
would
Cid.
help
This
normalize
game
the
has
relations
3
between the
Cids,
nations.
y'all.
Oh,
If
dude.
Al-Cid could
This
help
this
Rosaria
dude with the
recognize
long hair
Ash
reminds me
as
of the
Diplomacy,
dude in 16.
all hope for a peaceful resolution is
Which
dashed
dude?
when it is learned that Vayne has murdered his
You mean
father
Clive
This-
and
specifically?
dissolved the Senate.
This no, the Odin guy.
Oh, okay.
He kind of got like the dark skin and like the longer.
Balthier actually reminds me of Cid in 15 makes me think of Balthier, funny enough.
Yeah,
No
that's a good
spoilers,
point.
no spoilers.
That's a good point.
I don't know why, but they I don't know, they appearance-wise they feel very similar.
And as she sought to arrest him for high treason, the other judges turned against her. Vayne, knowing Gabranth had been spying on him on Gramis' orders, tests his loyalty by ordering him to execute Drace for turning her blade on the Imperial Lord Sovereign. As Gabranth
The new
hesitates,
Twisted Metal
Drace
trailer?
quietly asks him
No,
to
not
kill
not
her
particularly
and to
interested in it.
protect Lord Larsa, who will have no one should Gabranth be lost as well. Ash decides that going to war with the Empire is the only
That's
way.
not how far I wanted
As
to
much
zoom out,
has
but
become
alright.
apparent to Ondor as well, who has departed to assemble a resistance, stepping down as the Marquis.
Oh gosh,
under
what's his name
pretense
from
of ailing
15?
health.
I know what his name is,
As
I've
long
seen
as
him,
Vayne
and I
holds
played
the
the
dust
game.
shard, however,
I can't remember his
they will
name
have
right
little chance
now.
against the Empire, having
The guy that has like
stand
really
with the
long,
power of
messy
Vayne
hair.
on his
Yes.
side.
He has like his suit feels like it
Grand
has like
Kiltius
9
took
layers.
Ash
Yes.
of
Like he's
another
constantly
Netherite
sweating because he's wearing too much clothes.
Yes.
Sword of
Oh my
Kings
gosh. What
that
the
can
hell?
destroy Nethersite, hidden in the still
We're not
Shrine of
talking
Mirrodin,
about Twisted Metal,
to be
Mr.
overlooked
Clean.
by the Grand Kiltius as a neutral party.
He got his own like
Leaving Larsa
DLC, I
behind
think,
at
or was
Mount
going
Baromesis,
to for
the party
15.
sets
He
out to
showed up at
retrieve
that
the
restaurant
sword.
and like helped you.
Yeah, but I think
At
he's
one
like the
point.
bad
Of the
guy.
shrine,
I think
but
so.
as Ash attempts to test its might against the lusterless Dawnshard,
Believe it or not, I haven't actually
Lasla's
beaten
apparition
15 yet.
stays her hand.
I got a good chunk of the way
When Ash
through,
later
but I
asks
don't.
Sivan about
I just
Valor,
haven't gotten
he
around
claims
to it.
not to have seen
Never
anything.
took the time to
Lasla's ghostly visit
do that.
convinces Ash the sword is genuine, and they return to Mount Baromesis and find it decimated by the Empire.
Arden.
Vayne's
That's his name.
envoys, Judge Magistus Bergen, Sargabath, and Gabranth were dispatched to pick up Larsa and capture Ash. While Gabranth had Judge Sargabath take Larsa to Arcades, an enraged Bergen murders the holy man.
Like I
Grand
know
Kiltius
it's like
Astartes,
kind of
and bombs
makes me think
Mount
of like a girl's
Baromesis.
name for some reason.
party
I was like, what is
confronts
it? It's
and
it's
discovers
familiar.
He has been augmented by the power of manufactured Nethersite.
Eh.
And been
I don't
driven
think he's
mad
cool looking.
As a result, like Mjorn had. Bergen is accompanied by a shadow with glowing eyes. But despite his enhanced powers, he is defeated, as his Nethersite-infused body fails him and his ambitions. Ash and her party decide to destroy the Empire's Nethersite with the Sword of Kings, to level the sides for the upcoming war, and head for the
I also
Dracula
thought you were gonna
laboratories
say
in
he reminds you
Arcades
of
to
what
destroy the
Luis
dust
from
and Midnight Shards
Resident Evil.
in the possession of Dr. Cid, Balthier's
Oh
father.
yeah, I suppose that's
While
true.
resting
No, I
at
was
the
thinking
Farm
about
Coast
16.
Hunters Camp, Balthier tells Ash of his relation to Dr. Cid. Years ago, Cid traveled
The
to
second
Yavin
Cid.
but
Dun,
upon
dun,
his
dun,
return,
dun.
was never the same again. Seemingly having gone mad, Cid kept talking to thin air about bringing the reins of history back to the hands of man. Unable to
I'm
bear the
pretty
sight
sure
of his
he
reigning
is.
father, Balthier
I don't
cast
actually
aside his
know,
privileged family name
But I
and his
have a
position
very
as a
big
judge
feeling,
to
and
become a sky pirate.
I play Opera
Balthier
Omnia on the
warns
phone,
Ash of letting the
and
power of the
whenever
Stone
I see
Consumer
him
renegade
in
his
there,
father,
and he's always like
they reach Arcades and gain access to the
next to
city's upper
Noctis,
levels
in
with
like
the help
like
of
they're
Balthier's old
opposing
acquaintance,
elements of
Jules.
each other.
They storm the lab
Like Cloud of
and
Darkness and
find
Onion
the Vault
Knight.
of Gods,
Yeah.
They find
Like
Cid's
Sephiroth
office
'Cause, like-
and Tifa. Cloud, what did I say?
Because
a rogue
Noctis
sky
has
pirate on a
like
mission
the
outside
knight
Rome.
or the king's
His
stuff
presence
around
being the
him, and
reason
it's
for the
like
lack of
blue,
guards.
and then Arden is on the
They
other
team up
side
with him
looking at
and
him, but
confront Cid.
he has red.
At first, Cid doesn't know who they are, but after listening to a voice only he can hear, he points out Ash as the princess. The party attacks Cid, but he's protected by the shadow
Look.
with the glowing eyes he calls Venat.
It's Vena.
Balthier realizes that Cid hadn't gone mad, and that when it appeared he had been talking to himself, he was in fact speaking to the shadow, Venat. Cid escapes on a small airship with the piece of day-affected Nethicite, saying he's heading for
Fun
Gyrovega,
fact that
ancient
all
city
the
from where
Ascians
it
in
all started.
14 are named
Redis
after these
takes the party to
characters
Balfenheim
in
Port,
12.
the port town of pirates, of sky and sea
Except for it's like the
around Atlantis.
opposite. In 14, they're bad guys. In 12, they're good guys. They're like heroes.
No one knows of his past.
I wouldn't say
He showed
Venat's a
up at
bad guy.
Balfenheim one day and united the pirates.
The
becoming the
Akuria
town's
in
governor.
12
The
are
only thing he reveals of himself is that he wishes to
not
see
good nor
all
bad.
of
They're
the
just out for
Southern
themselves, is what it
Well,
feels like. I'm not sure if it was ever
didn't you just
stated
say
they
the
were
ones
good
in
or bad.
14 are bad guys?
Marquis Ondo during
Well,
Luther's
the
quest to assemble the resistance.
when you read the
Fury
lore
uses
behind the
his determination
summons,
to
it
catch
has
Cid
the same
and
name,
destroy
but
his Nethicite.
like usually they're like the hero of something as opposed to the Ascian
party
bad guy.
comes to an
Mhm.
impassable wall of mist in the Feywood, but Rastler's apparition quells it. Everyone
It's a
but
bagel
Ash
and
is
pizza.
perplexed.
Pizza bagels?
They find the gate to Gyrovegan and summon the Esperbelias to open it. In the city center, they discover the Great Crystal, where the Okuria
I
live,
mean,
whose
aren't they
spirits ash
though?
away
Like,
to
in
another
general?
worldly dimension. The shadows with the glowing eyes are Akuria, beings that deem themselves the gods of Ivalis for their immortality. The Okuria brand Ash their saint, and the new Dynast King as the Had Wraithfall before her. They gift her the Treaty Blade to carve out a new piece of day-affected Nethicite from the Suncrest, the source of all Nethicite power, to achieve power enough to destroy Arcadia and its benefactor, the rogue Okuria, Venat. Venat has taught Dr. Cid the secrets to man-made Nethicite, undermining the Okuria's power in Ivalis as the true
This
weavers
Vena
of
is a bad
history.
guy.
Ash is conflicted as to her course of action, but as an apparition of Rastler grasps the blade's hilt,
But
she
not,
follows suit,
I'm not
and
sure
finds
actually. I
herself
don't remember.
He literally just said.
holding the sword. Ash and the
Vena
party
told
leave
Dr. Cid
Gyrovegan
about all their
with the
secrets and
knowledge
shit.
Dr. Cid has used them to retrieve the Treaty Blade, and had no intention of traveling to Gyrovegan. Dr. Cid's gambit for doing this is a mystery, so they head for Balfenheim to talk with the Redders. The political situation in Ivalis
Redis
in
is the
turmoil,
most confusing
and the
design
fleet
out of all the
Redders had
characters in
sent to
this
explore
game,
the
I
waters of
swear.
Ayakt has gone
I don't
missing.
like his mutton chops with the
They
bald
made
head.
it their next destination
weird.
as per instructions given by the Okuria to locate the Suncrest. Redders lends Balthier's airship a manufactured skystone. It's stolen from the Dracula laboratory earlier to grant it the power to fly over Yacht. Redders joins the party to travel to the Ridgerunner Cataract, where the
Oh boy,
Suncrest
that
is
place.
housed atop the Pharos Lighthouse.
Oh, the
Balthier
lighthouse.
asks Van to take the strahl should something happen to him. At the Pharos' entrance, the party comes across a message, carved by the Dynast King Wraithfall himself, as instruction to his descendants who might one day follow in his footsteps. The party finds the Suncrest at the top, but runs into Gabranth, who has been spying on Ash and her companions to discern her true motives for seeking the throne of Dalmasca, as per orders from Laza, who wants to convince his brother Vayne of Ash's sincerity. Gabranth attacks them, blaming Bash for holding on to false honor after failing to protect his family and kingdom. He declares himself the true Kingslayer, but the party prevails. When Dr. Cid arrives, having also been following Ash, he blames Gabranth for failing his duty to protect Lord Laza and dismisses him in disgrace. Rastler's apparition goads Ash to become the Okuria's new Dynast King. And in the abundant mist around the Suncrest, everyone can see him. Ash realizes the appearances of Lord Rastler are but images constructed by the Okuria to manipulate her actions. She declares herself no force saint for the Arcuria to use, and dispels the apparition, who speaks to her in an Arcurian voice, pleading her to reconsider. Cid fights the group, using the Esper Famfrit to aid him. He is defeated, but asks Venar to reintegrate the pieces of deified nethicite to the Suncrist that begins to spill mist over Evilis. Venar attempts to defend Cid, but he asks for it to step aside, seeing his time is up. Speaking to Balthier one last time, Cid disappears into the mist,
But why?
asking Balthier to do what sky pirates do best: fly. Van and Ash try to destroy the Suncrist, but it is too volatile. Reddas takes the Sword of Kings from Ash and reveals his true identity as that of Judge Magister Sect, who had unwittingly destroyed Nabudis with the power of the Midlight Shard under orders from Dr. Cid. Reddas sacrifices himself to destroy the Suncrist, with the others escaping on the straw. The party returns to Balfonheim, where the pirates mourn Reddas' passing. They learn the discharge of mist from the Suncrist activated the largest airship ever built, the Sky Fortress Bahamut, which was Dr. Cid's motive for rousing the
Probably
Crist.
the weakest thing in this
The
game.
conflict has suddenly come
Using
to a
all
head,
the
as
original
Marcus Ondo's
summons
resistance
as
armies
airship
are staging
names.
a battle in the
types.
skies above Rabanastre
I kind
against
of like the
Arcadian Imperial
the
fleet,
Zodiac-based
led by Vayne
ones
and
that are
Saga
unique though.
Bath.
I mean,
They
yeah,
arrive on
but I
time to
still
witness the showdown,
like
and Van
didn't like that they
mimics
used them
Lars's
for
voice
that.
on the airship's intercom
Yeah,
to have the
but it's
Marquis
okay.
let them pass.
Is it?
Ding!
They
Because that's why
penetrate both
Revenant
the
Wings
Resistance and
exists.
Imperial fleets and dock the Strahl
That's
on
Probably
Bahamut
the
to
best
stop
version of
Vayne
Shiva in the
before
whole
the
Final
conflict
Fantasy.
will destroy
Anything.
Rabanastre. Before they reach Vayne, Gabranth arrives to stop them. The party defeats him and leaves him beaten in the elevator. They find Vayne with Larsa at the command center. Vayne eager to show Larsa how a true emperor crushes his opponents, despite Larsa objecting to the war. As Vayne turns against Ash, Larsa helps the party fight him. As Vayne is beaten, his manufactured nethicite sucks power away from Larsa and the ship around him. Seeing that Vayne has turned on Larsa, the wounded Gabranth joins the attack and is struck down. Vayne limps away onto the outside cannon superstructure and calls for Venat, telling the Arcuria it must seek another to realize its ambition of freeing Evilis from the Arcuria's tyranny. Venat says that with the Suncrist destroyed, the Age of Stones is over.
I think I
And the
have
Arcuria
succeeded
have
in
lost
turning her
influence on
outfit
Evilis'
into
fate.
a bunny suit. I
Thereby,
mean, it wasn't
I would say
super
yes.
hard, but
Venat
still.
dissolves,
I would say very much so.
investing
I was
Vayne
like,
with its
I don't
power
want to draw
as
all
an
her skirt because
undying,
you're gonna
and
lose.
he
You're gonna
absorbs
lose all
pieces of
this
the Sky
leg
Fortress
in here because
onto
it's, you
herself.
know, her dress is just
Vayne
or her
is
robes, I
defeated
should
and
say,
explodes
you
into
know,
a cloud of mist,
come down
taking Venat to the grave with him.
all like
The party
this.
must now stop the warring
So, you know,
factions,
it would make a
and
good
halt the descent
shape
of the
that
most
way for a
functioning
sticker,
Bahamut,
but at the same
lest
time,
it falls on Rabanastre.
you lose so much.
Boarding the Strahl with Larsa and
I
a
just
dying
don't-
Gabranth,
I didn't want
Balthier
to.
has Van take the
Still need to add her
pilot's seat,
tail though.
with Penelo as his navigator.
Her feathers.
Van flies the others to safety as Balthier and Fran return to the Bahamut to try and fix its gloss air rings in time to halt its descent. Over the intercom, Bash, posing as Judge Magister Gabranth,
Feathers.
asks for the Arcadian forces to stand down their attack. Larsa takes over the mic and declares Vayne fallen in battle and himself the new Emperor of Arcadia.
Yes,
Larsa
I
announces
know
he
of
has made
that.
peace with
I
Princess
still
Ash of Dalmasca
am not
to stop the
of the
war.
opinion that he is
As the
though,
Bahamut falls from the sky,
because
Judge
I don't think
Sargaboth
we've
wants to
seen
place
the
his
full
Alexander
extent
on a
of
collision course
like
to
other
round
black
clear of
mages in
Rabanastre,
general.
sacrificing himself to save the city. Balthier contacts the Strahl and asks them to stop Sargaboth, as he has made an effort to restart the Bahamut's engines. Balthier tells Van to and moves away from
Thanks for
Rabanastre,
the raid.
Hey, welcome in,
Hi,
welcome in.
bro. What's up, y'all? I'm
Despite
Yukihana.
Ash's pleas for them to get to safety.
And I am Oni of the likes Final Fantasy
Penelo
12.
writes a letter to Larsa.
And yes,
Dalmasca,
I am
Arcadia,
drawing.
and Rosaria are at peace. and Rabanasta has returned to the way Penelo remembers it
Yoshi
from
P,
her
greatest
childhood.
black mage.
The party is split, each living their separate lives. A month
No,
from
they
now,
don't.
Ash
How
will
y'all
be
doing?
crowned
What's going
Queen of
on? What were
Alaska,
y'all up
so they will not be able
to?
to see her anymore. Bash has assumed
Yeah, I
his
feel
late
like
brother's identity
Donald
as
is
per the latter's
contained
deathbed
in
wish
Kingdom
to
Hearts.
protect Lord
Thanks for
Laza
the follow.
in his stead. As should the last of House Solidor fall, Arcades will be consumed by a civil war. Even if it means Bash will forever be unable to clear his
Oh,
name
nice.
as
If
Kingslayer.
you
He took up
if
the
you've got any
judge's
art
armor
tags, just let me
and
know so I
became
can give you the
Laza's
permission
bodyguard.
to post a link.
Van and Penelo had looked after the
I
scroll
don't think you
until it was
know how
stolen.
taxes work, dude. You don't ask for an
Penelo
art
notes
tax.
it
You
was not
impose an
beast
art
I don't
tax.
impose
Information
anything.
Taxes are not voluntary. Taxes are not. If you don't mind, can you pay tax on this good that you just purchased at Walmart? No. Uncle Sam's like, get bent over the table, motherfucker.
Not get in Wraithwall's tomb, implying Balthier has found the treasure he'd been looking for. Van flies his new airship
Well,
to
I
find
asked.
Balthier,
Okay,
as
gosh.
every good
Thanks for the
sky pirate
follow.
needs a partner. Thanks for listening. My throat hurts. Hope you enjoyed it. And if
Thanks
you
for
did,
listening.
please
My
leave a
throat
comment
hurts.
and a like and subscribe if you want more.
But for real, if you got any art tags, post it. And you want to post it, let me know so I can give you the permissions to do so. Oh, okay. Well, next time, you'll have to pay the art tax.
Wow, so benevolent.
You know me. But thanks. Okay. Thanks for the follow. Complete history of Final Fantasy. That's what we were gonna finish. We watched this on our trip to KawaiiCon, but we didn't finish it.
Yeah, it was a little bit longer than the drive.
The second
Well,
half.
we started a little bit late though, because like we were
Yeah.
driving and then you mentioned it, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot
You
about
want to
that.
start it over?
Yeah, I mean we can. To
An hour and 22 minutes long.
boom, baby. I told Papa Oni if he wants to come over, help me with putting
I know at
the
4.
grill together.
At 4 p.m., which is why we're having a longer art stream today. There will not be a game stream tonight. Because the area, like outside and possibly the living room, are going to be used. So, I won't be able to play any games. Like, I technically could, but there would just be noise. Like, lots of noise out there. And you know how that mic likes to pick up stuff. Anyway, I posted the link. Let me know whenever you're good.
Yeah, I already clicked it.
Okay.
Okay.
No, not for figures.
Ready?
Uh-huh.
Go.
We already put those shelves together. Putting together the grill smoker combo.
Totally. Okay, hold on. Start it over.
What happened?
I clicked and it didn't play.
Wow.
I guess I missed or something.
Rude.
Okay, ready?
Uh-huh.
Go.
Oh. It lucked out. Ruffles was being non-communicative the entire time. So
On the 18th
Like, is
of
this
So
even
I was
playing
like,
music?
I think
Okay.
you think Icy will help us?
Yeah, I was like, do you think
So-
that's what he said, and I was like,
believed
yeah.
that they hoped
He
to
joined,
revive
and
their
I was like,
golden
okay, let's go.
fortunes and
I
lift
thought
the
I'd pop in and
arts
ask, like, brother, can you help us out? We have these
This by no
bosses we
means
need
a
to
last
fight,
resort,
but we don't have any of them
sometimes
unlocked.
when it's been a drill,
We have not unlocked them. We need to unlock them.
We are
fraudulent
fraudulent Genshin players in this bitch.
Oh, we are
Their search for the
definitely
answer
fraudulent.
highlighted just how much they were struggling to find their feet in the ever-evolving landscape of the Japanese video gaming industry. This new
Caption.
game would be their anchor, a foundation upon which they could build and grow. And following its initial success, countless spin-offs and sequels would be spawned, each one building upon the rich legacy
How
of
should I
that
incorporate
original
her
game.
tail?
As of March 2022, That legacy stands to the tune of over
Not, like,
163
weird
Somehow,
and-
some way,
million
it needs
copies
to be
being
into
sold,
a heart shape.
something that has solidified the franchise amongst the
I don't know
pantheon
about that.
of gaming greats.
What?
How am I gonna
Minecraft
fit it
have
in
become
here?
entrenched and immovable.
I don't know.
How is he not
Square,
unlocked? Because
and
we didn't do
subsequently
that.
Square Enix to
We
become
just
a
ain't done like the
juggernaut
story
within
stuff.
the video gaming industry. But it all began with that fateful release back in
There's a lot to
December
do in Genshin,
of
and not a lot of
1987,
time to do it
with a
all.
game that was
for us,
simply
at least.
called Final Fantasy.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Your
Yes.
mama.
And we won't have that stuff unlocked either. We'll still be
Nope,
using you
sure as
guys.
fuck won't. Shit.
If they would just cave and give us a skip button,
If
I
could
will
get
catch
that
up and
skip
actually read
summary button.
Fontaine. Yes.
Just give me just let me read like the summary of what the fuck is happening, because like bro, I don't have 20 minutes per conversation to play a game,
20,
dog.
you mean
Like, I
like
just don't
45
have it.
minutes per conversation.
Just like, dude, these motherfuckers is still talking. God dog. Since we moved the cabinet, there's so much space to walk through that door now.
From the tried and tested.
I just like walked
The
out. I
other
was like, oh
challenge
shit.
was that they lacked the experience to do so in an effective manner. Square had become accustomed to creating games that suited a more mature audience, but the Famicom was attracting an audience that was younger and more vibrant. And the types of games that appealed to this new audience were not text-based adventures or early role-playing games. They were high-octane, action-based experiences that could satisfy the cravings of this younger audience and give them the arcade experience from their living rooms.
The
In
arcade
spite of
experience,
this, the
bitch.
employees at Square were undeterred. They had faced challenges before, and a belief was instilled that there was every chance a silver bullet of a game could be made, and that this game would help them to realize the potential for huge financial returns associated with developing games for the Famicom.
Famicom.
Square signed on with Nintendo as a Famicom developer on the 24th of June 1985.
They're not going
This
to.
made them
They said
something
that
of a
they don't
trailblazer,
want
as they
to
were
do
one
that.
of the first
Even
Japanese
though,
developers to sign with Nintendo. But
when
it
you
took
do
some time
events,
until
they
Square
added
were ready
that
to
quick
fully
start
commit
button
to the system.
that it's like,
One of the
oh,
main
you
challenges
should go
that
do all
Square's
these
personal
quests
computer
in
games
order to
had
do
seen
this.
some
You
massive
understand the
upturn in
story better.
performance. Their first
And then we'd be
game,
like,
called The
nah.
Death Trap, was created
Well,
by
no,
a group of
it's not
part-time
that's not
employees
my
with
problem.
Hironobu
It's
Sakaguchi
they
at the helm.
implemented
It
this,
ended up
so
generating
if you're
around
allowing me to skip
$120,000
this bit of
US
story
once
to
released
make
in
sure
October
things
of
make sense,
1984, and its success
why
would prompt the
why
production
can't
of
I
a
have
sequel.
an actual
The game
skip
oversaw
button
Every
for everything
other
else?
phone game ever,
Death Trap 2
including Blue
featured a
Archive,
single core gameplay
has
and narrative
maybe
premise,
Azure Lane.
but
Azure Lane
this
doesn't
time,
really, I
the
guess.
scope was
I don't
much
even know
more
why
But-
you're mentioning phone games.
Square went
Like
heavy on
almost
practical
every
effects.
game
Genshin-
nowadays has a skip button.
Well, I mean, because Genshin is a phone game, and so like Grand Blue has it, Blue Archive has it, where if you hit the button, it'll give you a quick summary of what happened.
These technical features, when combined with a new
I mean, yeah,
approach to
I know
product
that, but I'm not
marketing,
even
would
talking
see
about.
the
I'm
Death Trap
saying
2
it's like
end
a
up generating
fundamental game
approximately
function.
2.4
It's
million
in
Yeah,
so many games
yeah,
now.
yeah, definitely.
900% increase in
You're gonna
Conker's
be like-
Railer has a skip button? No, it doesn't.
With the Death Trap 2 launching around the same time as
I wonder if Genshin's like code is so spaghetti that if they put a skip button, it's gonna like break something. That's why. If it doesn't play out exactly the way they need it to, it's gonna explode.
I looked for a skip button in that game. I didn't see one.
Further invest in producing games for personal computers. It saw skilled freelancers hired to either support existing staff or replace those that fell by the wayside, and partnerships were explored to further elevate the quality of the games they were producing. Cruise Chaser Blasty and Alpha served as evidence for this new vision. For Cruise Chaser Blasty, Square would collaborate with a respected animation house called Nippon Sunrise, and due to the scale of the initiative, Square even adapted the story into a manga and planned to release an original video animation to further expand the universe. For Sakaguchi, this was also a first opportunity to showcase his interest in the role-playing genre, as instead of making another adventure game, Cruise Chaser Blasty was created as a first-person role-playing game based around mechs. For Alpha, which would be overseen by a close friend of Sakaguchi called Hiromichi Tanaka, Square would continue to evolve the quality of their interactive text-based adventures. It would see time and money invested in cutting-edge technology, with the final product combining complex animation.
But that's not the same thing as being able to skip from.
Both games would be
just
well
like
received,
in
helping
general.
Square to
If you
consolidate
are
their
allowed to skip
position
scenes
as
you've
an
already
up-and-coming
seen,
video game developer and
that's
publisher.
very
And to
different.
ensure their trajectory continued to
Because you
move in the
saw
right
them
direction,
already.
3 crucial decisions were made. Prominent staff members, such as Sakaguchi and
See,
Tanaka,
if I
were
put her
rewarded
tail
with
in
full-time
here, I don't
contracts. The
I don't
office would
really
be
know
moved
how it's
from
gonna
Hiroshi to Ginza,
work.
an upscale part of
Because it's just
Tokyo,
kind of like
and they would
floating there,
start
like it's
developing
attached to
meaningful
her.
games for the Famicom.
Opposed to like,
Run
These
it
steps showed
around
Square's
and in
ambitions,
front?
I think
but
in
there was
front
one
would be
slight
okay.
issue.
You think
When
it'll
the deal
work?
had been signed with
I
Nintendo,
don't know.
Me
Square was
neither.
reported to be the seventh company to do
Whoa!
so. Fast forward,
It's a party! Another raid! Hurrah! Ow! Ow! Shun! Wow. Okay. Now Shun's here. Oh no.
Shun has arrived and he wanted to make sure you knew.
We're getting attacked. Thanks.
But even still, there was a confidence within the company that they would be able to wrestle market
Shut
share
up,
away from their
Queso.
competitors
Thanks
by
for the
producing compelling
raid.
arcade-based experiences. And to ensure
Wait,
they
you
had
were
the best
streaming,
chance
Shun?
of
Yeah,
success
you didn't
for
see
their
it?
first Famicom
No.
game,
Oh, sorry,
which would be
elephant.
called King's Knight,
Yeah, I
they
saw it
assigned
this
some of
morning.
their top talents.
Damn.
It would see Hironobu Sakaguchi assigned as director, with Kazuko Shibuya and Hiromi Ito assigned to work on the artistic vision. Nobuo Uematsu then was assigned as the composer, and due to lack of experience working on the Famicom, Square collaborated with Works, a third-party development company who had previously worked with them on the Famicom port of
It's
Text.
absolute gremlin
I'm sure
hours.
King's Knight would resonate with the Famicom
Oh, that's
audience.
But yes,
right. You
thanks
said
for
that.
the
You
read,
said that.
y'all. I am.
By the way, appreciate y'all.
I know Shun knows who we are, but for everybody
I don't know.
else,
Maybe he's forgotten
I
us.
am Yukihana.
Is it possible?
In popularity throughout the early
He's
1980s,
moved on.
thanks to Japanese arcades.
I don't have to talk to these
And that
rub
popularity
lords
had
anymore.
spilled over
What do they listen
And
to?
that's
Final Fantasy
Angie-
videos?
and that's
led
Angie
by a
Onion.
range of ports with
Ugh.
1942 and Twin B both
That's
selling
Angie
over 1
Onion
million
Night to
copies
you,
each.
ma'am.
And
Angie
publishers
Onion
had
Night.
started to produce Famicom exclusive games in the genre,
Wah!
often based on existing IPs.
Damn.
Even
Oh,
though
thanks,
they
Mr.
Thanks for
Clean.
the
Wow.
gift
Holy
sub.
fuck.
Square's leadership believed
Damn.
that if they could create a compelling vertical scrolling
Sure.
shooter,
Oh, I thought that
success
said
would
we
be
were
easier to
coping,
achieve.
and then I realized it's
Alexa,
co-oping.
Alexa, play my emo
Take a different
playlist.
Experience. At the time, many shooters were
Demon
either based
2?
within a
Good
modern-day war
lord.
setting or a futuristic space setting.
Yeah,
Good
don't look at
lord.
Demon's
This stood out
emotes.
appealing to
You can't see
Sakaguchi,
who,
but
you
looking
know,
for
worked on
alternative
those.
sources of inspiration, a game called
Good
Nightmare
lord.
stood out. Unlike its
I'm going to
contemporaries,
bed.
Nightmare was
You're
set
going
in
to
ancient
bed.
Greece. As such, instead of using guns and lasers, the protagonist would shoot arrows and use swords. Upon launch, Nightmare
I
would
was
be
trying to do
lauded,
another
with
one of
many
the
publications
Twitch
recommending
shoutouts,
it
but it's
to
like,
their
nope,
readers
you gotta
due to
wait, it's
its
cooldown.
innovative visuals and overall quality of gameplay.
How the hell is Switch
And
Shadow
due to
got a
how well it
cooldown
was
on it?
received, there was a feeling that it would serve as the
Nah, but what
perfect
y'all up to?
blueprint
What were you guys
Sakaguchi's
playing
vision
co-op
Yeah,
on?
for what a
I
vertical
recognize your
scrolling
name,
shooter
either
should
from
be.
Shun
We
or
would see a
just in
similar
here in
style of
general.
gameplay adopted, but for King's Knight, a broader cast of characters would be created. Sakaguchi would also
You been
layer
here
over
sometimes?
role-playing mechanics, something that facilitated the creation of a
I saw
brand-new
it.
genre
I
that
think
was
that's the
dubbed
game that I saw you were
Formation
playing. I was like, I
RPG.
don't know what this game
This
is.
decision further
Oh, Shun, we're
emphasized
totally gonna steal your
Sakaguchi's
shit, by the
desire
way.
to create role-playing games. With
The other day we
King's
were
Knight,
talking about it,
Yeah.
and
critics
Yuki
or
was
fans,
like, "It'd be fun
the
to play
leadership
that
team at Square
observation
would
game
end up
together."
pushing
And I was like, "You
Sakaguchi
think so?"
to
She's
be
like,
more
"Yeah, we
direct
should try it
with
sometime."
subsequent games.
I was like, "Yeah, but then Shun's gonna be like,
Beyond
you
that,
motherfuckers
even though Sakaguchi
stealing
did
my
have
I'm
a
pretty
shit."
sure
desire
other
to make
people
a
will
more
play that game
complete
together.
role-playing game, neither he nor close members of his
Don't
team
ruin
had
this
the
for me. I'm
required
trying to
technical
bad guy.
know-how in order to make it happen. At the time, Famicom cartridges did not
There
have
it
any
is.
kind of method for saving data, and there was a belief that role-playing games, due to how long their stories were and how long gameplay sessions can end up being, would need some kind of method for saving. Otherwise,
Remove this
players would get
tail.
frustrated by not being able to pick up where they left
Delicious
off.
shout out.
As such, Sakaguchi
No,
had
no,
no
no.
real choice but to tackle other action-based genres, such as the rail shooter and driving simulator. And although there was still room for innovation, this would come in the form of
Yes.
technical aspects
Delicious,
as opposed
delicious.
to intricate gameplay
Delicious and
mechanics.
nutritious.
Yeah,
tastes
we'll definitely
just
we
like
definitely want to
chicken.
try it. It
Trying
might
to
be.
make it smash
It'll
it.
hopefully be
Oh,
fun.
you were watching the
Other
videos
ones
on
in
it
the
before
company
after
hard
Ruffles
work
told you
making
about
games
it.
for the
Yeah, we
Famicom.
watched one or two of them.
Nintendo
I just
had
remember like
developed
two
these
dudes were
peripherals
banging in
as
the
a way
shower or
of
something
helping
like
produce
that.
Excuse
more
me?
immersive games,
That's what she
taking
was
direct
watching the thing,
inspiration
and
from personal
like there was like
computers.
two dudes in the
Previously,
shower that were
initial
like
sales
behind
had
each
a
other, and it
different
was
price
just like,
tag, but the games
wait,
themselves
what?
Oh, I think I
about
do
half
remember
the
that.
price of a typical Famicom game. It would also be possible to buy blank discs, which could then be taken
That
into
was
stores
your
and
date?
have brand new games loaded onto them for as little as
Well, now
$5.
it's
Oh, all right
our
then.
date.
Well, all right. Well,
This
we
is
could
a
just never
gauge
play it.
for
That's good too.
brand new games could now be purchased for 90% less than the typical
Wait, when did
retail
Shun start
price.
dating somebody? You
And the
didn't say
hope
anything,
is that
Shun.
by
Hold on
removing the
now.
price tag, it would lead to increased demand. Publishers flocked to
He's
take
screaming like
advantage,
a girl.
and with the storage and medium being much more familiar to Square,
There's no
instead of
VOD,
waiting
is
around
there?
like they had done with the Famicom,
I think
they
you
went
get your
all
you,
in
you remove yours, don't
immediately.
you?
Such was the level of Square's commitment.
How
that
when
multiple
did you
games
start?
were
Oh, there
when
planned
did you
is?
start
that
dating,
was
Shun?
founded
Who
and
is this
helmed
person you're
because
dating, and how come we didn't get a? We
publishing arm of
we need to
distributed
interview him
games on the Famicom Disk System
to
from
see if
similar
they are
sized
worthy.
Japanese developers such as Crystal Soft, System Sarcom, and Hummingbird Soft. The first game released by Square for the Famicom Disk System would be Crystal Dragon. It was helmed by Hiromichi Tanaka, and
Crystal
by
Dragon.
leveraging all the experience
I
Tanaka
don't know
and
if I.
his team had
Okay,
gained
so I put
from
the tail in
developing
front of her
adventure
like
games for
this.
personal computers, as well as aggressive traditional and guerrilla
I like
marketing
it.
campaigns.
Huh?
Crystal Dragon
doesn't-
would end up selling
don't think
over
it blocks too
500,000
much?
copies. Shortly after launch,
Maybe you could put a little
another
further down by
employee
her
at Square
leg.
called Kazuhiko Aoki started work on an ambitious project that was meant to be called
Oh, he's a
Second
married
Densetsu,
man.
The Emergence of Excalibur.
But he's the one who said y'all were on a
Deciding this was
date.
big chance, Aoki planned Seiken Densetsu as a party-based role-playing game, despite not being
So
given full permission
confused.
to do so.
I'm so
The story was
tired.
planned to be
I
written
don't know
by
what's going on
I'm so
anymore.
tired.
players taking control of a party.
I'm
with
so tired.
interchangeable characters.
We moved like
The scale
2,000
of the
pounds
game
of metal
was also
pipes
planned
yesterday,
to be beyond anything
and I'm
seen
barely
before.
recovered from it.
And having
I'm so
become
tired,
infused by all of this,
and I don't know what the
Square's
fuck's going on
publicity
anymore.
He got up
department
at
launched an
5:30 in the
advertising
morning
campaign before
yesterday to go
development
get a
had
bunch of
even
free pipe.
started, during which
And that's
it was
not a
revealed that the
euphemism.
game would come on 5 discs,
Or an
something that
entendre.
would have seen Seiken Densetsu releasing as the largest game ever produced for the Famicom Disk System.
Because I know Queso's thinking that.
Unfortunately, once members of the senior
Something,
management
something.
team took a
Only
closer
always
look
trying
at
to
the
lay
project,
pipe.
instead of asking
No, I said
Aoki
you were
to
getting
scale
a
back
free
the
pipe.
vision, they chose the drastic action
I'd be
of
trying to
cancelling
lay
the game
pipe,
outright
and Yuki be
before
like,
any
"I'm tired. I
significant
got a
progress was
headache."
made.
I've
I'd be like,
never
"Damn."
said
Of
I've got a
Seiken
headache.
Densetsu was emblematic of the wider sentiment towards role-playing games within Square. There were developers, such as Sakaguchi and Aoki, who adored the genre and wanted to explore
On a
and
manly
experiment with
play date?
possibilities. But there were others,
I think that's
within
called
the
Dude's
management
Night Out,
layer,
dude.
who felt that
Dude's
creating
Night
role-playing
Out!
games would not be a prudent
Bro,
financial
don't do
decision.
it. That's a
They
man. That's a
instead
man.
believed
Mouth to
players
mouth,
should
bro.
focus
Life's
on
okay if
action
you flirt
games,
with other
and the Famicom
guys.
bestsellers list supported that view. By mid-1986,
Is your wife the
35
protagonist of
games
that
had
one
sold
manga,
more
the
than
Don't
1
Kiss
million
Me, Kiss
copies on
Him,
Famicom.
Oh gosh.
In the
or
early
whatever it
years,
is?
the
Is
majority of
that
these
is
were
your old lady
originally
the
intended,
protag of that?
But as time went on, third-party publishers have begun to step out from Nintendo's shadow. It would see companies such as
Dude's
Hudson
Night
Soft,
Out.
Capcom, and Konami release now iconic games such as Bomberman, Ghosts and Goblins,
Yay,
and Gradius.
Bomberman.
And even though the literal genre differed, they all had a strong focus towards action.
Try to find.
Bomberman, for example, was an action puzzle
Flip
game.
it
Ghosts
this
and Goblins
way.
was a 2D action platformer.
What do you think of
Gradius
that?
was a horizontal side-scrolling shooter, the very epitome of action.
Yes, I think that's
These
good,
games
actually.
highlighted the general trend, and it will be further emphasized by games
If you
like
scoot
The
it in
Legend
front of her
Zelda
leg a little
and
more, though, it'll
Hyrule.
help keep the sticker be
Neither
a little
game
thinner,
had
so
been
it'll fit in
designed with
places
the
better,
Famicom
maybe?
in mind, with
Like-
The Legend of
Boys are
Zelda
back in
releasing in
town.
Japan
You bring it
on the
like that?
Famicom Disk System, and Hydlide being
Yeah,
ported
yeah,
over
like
from
that.
personal computers. But they each showed that the action
Rid
genre
of
could be fused together with the adventure
this.
and role-playing
What?
genres
So what was this
to create
We Were
compelling
Here game
experiences.
about?
It also showed that developers who had the
I've seen that
opportunity to
name
take
before,
risks
but I have
would be
no
rewarded.
idea what it
But with
is.
Square seeing diminishing returns from their support of the Famicom Disk System, they chose to focus their efforts on initiatives that they believed would reduce the risk.
Well, I
as
got
much
that.
As possible. As such, they focused on creating adventure
I'm not
games
gonna
for
wrap
the
the tail
Famicom Disk
around
System,
her.
explored the creation of licensed games, and kept the Famicom as their platform ace in the hole, where they would experiment, but in a controlled manner.
Oh, I think we
After
saw
the
the
publishing of
announcement for that
Inside,
game a while
This saw
back.
Sakaguchi oversee the creation of a rail shooter called Operation Jumpout,
Yeah,
and a
yeah,
racing game called Highway
yeah. I
Star.
remember when that game was
But while the team
announced.
toiled away on these new efforts,
Was a-
something
that was
quite
a bit ago.
unexpected was
Oh
happening
gosh,
within
y'all
the
been here for a
Japanese
while.
video games industry.
It's free?
On the 27th of May,
Ah.
1986, an unorthodox publisher by the name of Enix had gone to market with a game called Dragon
It's
Quest.
not over the.
Unlike other publishers who often published games developed by their own internal teams or select partners, Enix operated on a more fluid model. They would instead ask the Japanese public for ideas through competitions, offering cash prizes for the winners. The first
I mean,
major run of
considering
this
the
concept
artist's
saw over
name,
300
like, I already know
programming
that-
hobbyists
that
submit ideas.
Whatever you're posting is
13
gonna
were
be.
successful, with Enix publishing them all within the same
Yeah.
window.
Yeah.
But amongst those 13,
Yeah,
two
I see
stood
why
out.
you also posted
The
it, because
first,
he made
a
cut.
puzzle platformer called Door Door, was submitted by a
That's a nice ass
19-year-old
picture.
individual
Oh
named
shit.
Koichi Nakamura. NX paid Nakamura
I need to do more,
500,000
like,
yen for the submission,
basic
and
pictures
with it
like
going on to
this.
sell over 200,000
I've been
copies,
trying
it
to
granted Nakamura access to a sizable amount
put
of
together a
royalties.
penny picture for this
The
month,
second,
and
a
every
tennis
idea I come
simulation
up with,
game
I just
called
haven't been
Love
able to
Match Tennis
execute.
was presented by a 29-year-old individual named Yuji Horii, a freelance writer for Weekly Shonen Jump. For coming first in the competition, Horii was paid 1 million yen, the equivalent of $5,000. Following this initial wave of releases, both Nakamura and Horii would continue to work with Enix. Later that same year, they collaborated to create the Balltopia Serial Murder Case, an innovative and influential visual novel that would even inspire the likes of Hideo Kojima to want to make games. Nakamura would then found his own development studio.
Was that supposed to be in queso?
1984, but Enix would continue the relationship, and this would lead to another collaboration with Horii that would end up becoming one of the most influential Japanese video games of all time, Dragon Quest. Keen to continue innovating, Enix decided to send Nakamura and Horii to Applefest, a North American conference dedicated to all things
Apples.
Apple.
Wait, oh,
Many
wrong
Western
apple.
developers would showcase their latest games, and Enix hoped that the pair would gain exposure to new ways of thinking. The trip would have the desired effect, as two franchises stood out, Wizardry and Ultima. Both games had made waves throughout the early 1980s, with each franchise having 3 entries within the first 3 years of the decade. But even though they were developed for the Apple II, and both Horii and Nakamura had specialized in making games for Japanese personal computers, the pair were intrigued by the Famicom and decided to take a big risk. At the time, role-playing games weren't all that popular in Japan, and they were certainly not popular.
Jason's trying to
in
say
some
something about
consoles.
me.
This in itself represented a real challenge, as they would be pushing against the supposed demands.
In
from the
actuality,
market.
he's saying something
Horii
about me
felt as though
because I'd be
Japanese
your
gamers
biggest influence.
deserved the chance to experience the thrills that Western
Which is
role-playing
fine.
games offered.
It's
And
fine.
he set about attempting to figure out how they could create a more Japanese-centric adaptation of the genre. Throughout the initial planning, Horii was adamant that Dragon Quest should deviate away from some of the already released role-playing games by becoming more accessible. They wanted it to be enjoyable for anyone who owned a Famicom and was curious, as opposed to being restricted to only being enjoyable by the so-called hardcore gamers of the time. They also wanted to create a very clear distinction between arcade action-focused ports that had proliferated onto the system, which were designed to make players.
Did you
have
see
frequent game
that picture
overs.
of Pochako
Based
that
on this,
Chudi
Horii vowed
posted
to
the
make
other
a
day?
game where players could enjoy long play sessions without having to worry
Oh, it's
about
like a little
seeing the
image
over screen,
compilation.
something that would be complemented by a simple control scheme that would
I
make
think
use
it's
of a
in the
command-based menu system.
art channel, maybe
They
memes.
also hired an artist to create promotional and in-game
'Cause it was
assets, as well as
not
the
really a
box art,
meme,
as they
but
believed this would help
oh
the
no,
game
it was.
feel
It's in
more
the memes
cool and
channel.
approachable. That artist
It's
would
like
be Akira
kind of
Toriyama,
meme-ish.
who at the time was a rising star, having started to gain some renown for his work on a relatively new manga called Dragon Ball. Upon its release, though, Enix's worst fears were realized. Dragon Quest did not resonate with the Japanese public, and initial sales were so low that there were fears that Enix would even make a loss. In response, Horii went on the charm offensive with the Japanese public, writing a string of articles in Shonen Jump magazine aimed at explaining the concept of role-playing games.
Memes?
Yes.
Those who were then intrigued enough to purchase found themselves hooked, and over the next 6 to 9 months, the combination
Oh,
of
I have
word
seen
of
this
mouth
one before,
and
my
word of
bad.
mouth
Oh, you seen
helped
that
Dragon
one?
Quest to overcome
In
its
general,
flaws
Yeah.
and
or
become a must-have game
Yeah,
for the
just like
Famicom.
literally this meme. I've
Fast
seen it
forward
before.
one
Ah,
year,
okay.
and
I couldn't
Dragon Quest
recall.
managed
And,
to sell more than 1.5
Yeah,
million copies,
yeah, that's
becoming one of the best-selling games on the system. And it not only proved from a technical perspective that it
Yeah.
was possible for role-playing games to be made on the Famicom, it also proved that they could
Pochako
sell
is
and sell well.
oof.
Oh, that's something I need to do before we go to Ecchi Fiesta.
Well,
I almost want to guarantee you that one dude is gonna be at Ecchi Fiesta, and he keeps asking for Pochako.
the
The success
Sonico
of Dragon
Pochako
Quest
Wombo
was
combo
just what
picture.
Sakaguchi needed. He
I
had been
guess.
enjoying
He
Western
specifically
role-playing
asked
games
for
some time,
Pochako
as had
every
other
time we've
members of
seen
the team
him.
at Square. But due to a combination of factors,
And I even
even
mentioned
though
it that last
attempts
time,
had
and he
been
was like,
made
"Oh,
to
you
produce the
remember
type
me?"
of
And I was like,
role-playing game
"Yeah."
he himself would want to
Shut
play.
up about
There was a
Pochako.
I didn't
limited
say
appetite
that.
within Square to be
Wow.
proactive
I didn't
in supporting
say
the
you said that. I
production
was
of
just
this
being
type
dumb.
of game. And this was especially true following their decision to shift their focus towards developing for the
No,
Famicom.
it's the end of the month.
However, Towards the start of 1987,
I said I need to do that before we go.
Management team that things
If I did it before we go and it's this weekend, I ain't got no time.
Led to certain
See
barriers
white
being
flag.
broken down, and it presented an opportunity that Sakaguchi would attempt to seize with significant gusto. Within a few short years, Square had produced a whole host of video games and made a lot of money. This had then been used to hire a raft of full-time employees.
Embarrassed Ishtola or angry
Ishtola? One of
Ishtola?
the most exclusive business districts in Tokyo. But despite the huge levels of investment, Square's revenue did not increase in any
Confident, sassy
meaningful way.
Ishtola?
To turn around their fortunes,
I don't
the
feel like
president
she
of
would
Square,
want
a
to
man named
rock
Masafumi
this like
Miyamoto,
that.
made an intriguing
I feel like she
decision.
would be more of an
He
embarrassed
decided, in
type.
principle, to divide the company into 4 teams. But in the initial instance, each team would only consist of one person, a team leader.
Hard toss up.
It
I'm
would
not
be
sure.
their
I see it both
to come
ways.
up with a compelling
Because she has
game
those real
concept
sassy,
and
confident
present
ass
it to the
moments as
entire
well.
company.
But not,
So-
but not
This
when
one
she's like
consisted of
wearing.
around
Not
50
if she were
people.
wearing something like
The
this.
I don't think we've
would then
ever
be
seen her
formed by using a democratic system, as each employee would
get
be given the
embarrassed
freedom
like
to choose the
anything
idea
like that.
they wanted to work on. As one of the chosen team leaders, Sakaguchi thought hard about what to present.
Froth and
For some
foam.
time, he had been wanting to build a compelling role-playing game, but after the company shifted focus towards the Famicom, this was
Super
considered
embarrassed
impossible.
after that.
That was
I
until the
renew your
release
sub tomorrow.
of
That's what's
Dragon
up,
Quest.
Icy.
It not only shattered preconceived notions around the technical limitations of the Famicom, but proved that role-playing
get, like,
games could be a
2
huge
packages
commercial
ready. I gotta get
success
some
on the
stuff ready to
system.
get shipped out tomorrow.
With Dragon
Got a
Quest
bunch of
2
stuff we gotta get shipped out
surpassing the
tomorrow.
original in almost
I gotta
every
do that
way,
tonight. I have to do
Sakaguchi
that
felt the
tonight.
time
Huh?
was right for
After
Square
we
to
get the
tackle
grill
the
put together and
role-playing
everything,
game
I have to
themselves.
do that tonight.
And so, he presented
We never
his
ordered that
vision
stuff
for a
off Amazon,
role-playing
did we?
game to the entire
What
company,
stuff?
declaring that their ambition
The
was
cover
to
for
beat
my
another
grill and the
Dragon
fire
Quest
bricks.
in
Did you
its
ever hit the
pledge.
button on it?
After seeing the
Oh, not
presentations,
about that.
only 3 people decided to support Sakaguchi's vision. Due to how
We
successful
were
Dragon
running
Quest had
around quite a
become,
bit.
the rest felt that Sakaguchi's ambitions were just too bold, bordering on arrogant and disrespectful. The majority instead chose
For
to
this
support the
month,
game
I didn't
presented
get
by
one
Unity
for you
Tanaka,
for
which
last
proposed
month.
creating a side-scrolling action game.
That's
based
'cause
on the
Shun said I can
Alien
have it.
movie
Oh, he did?
franchise.
Yeah.
This was
Oh.
not an ideal start, but the seed had at least been planted. And even though Sakaguchi was able to only convince a few people that a compelling and successful role-playing game could be made on the Famicom, that was
That
still
was
better
May.
than convincing
Fa-
no people.
Faye was May,
After
wasn't
the
it?
dust settled, Sakaguchi and his small
Or am I
team were
thinking of
relocated
something
to
else?
another building,
Maybe I
a
am
warehouse
wrong.
with just 2
Hold
rooms.
on.
Here,
Hmm.
It's
instead of
okay, don't
working
check.
on the
Shun said I
role-playing
can have
game
it.
Sakaguchi had presented to the company, the majority of the team started working on Highway Star, an arcade-style racing game that was more in line with what the leadership at Square were wanting to see at the time. However, not everyone
Yeah, that was
assigned
May.
by Sakaguchi to work on Highway Star. An individual
Did I
called
not-
Koichi Ishii was
Didn't I-
separated from the rest of the team, tasked with doing initial
Yeah, I
planning on
did
the
that
role-playing
one.
game. And while he occupied one of the rooms by himself,
Hello.
even creating a makeshift cubicle out of some foldable conference tables to make it feel more professional, everyone else was crammed into the other room to work on Highway Star. This was a real sink or swim moment for Ishii. Having
You
joined
should
Square
have the
towards
link
end
for
of
those already.
1986, Ishii had very little experience within the video games industry, and he almost didn't even proceed through the interview process.
Yeah, it's in
as
there.
Sakaguchi was quite shocked to see
Maybe I
someone
didn't.
turn up looking like a
I
thug
looked at our
wearing a
messages and I
leather
didn't
jacket
actually like
with
say
peacock-like feathers
anything.
attached.
So
Ishii
I
turned out
probably
to be
should
the
have
very
said that.
literal manifestation of not judging a book by its cover. As the interview progressed, Ishii showed Sakaguchi his notebook. Inside were tons of cute character drawings and wondrous concepts. They blew Sakaguchi away, and he became convinced that what Ishii lacked in
It's
experience,
in there.
he would make up for with creativity. After being assigned to work on the role-playing game, Ishii was more than aware of the skill
You
of its
zooming in
task
made that
ahead.
much worse than it was supposed to be.
Dragon Quest had been a monumental success, and Sakaguchi wanted this new game to try and take its place as the king of the hill.
Okay, sorry.
Having
I just
already
ordered
played
it.
Dragon Quest and
forgot,
other
I'm
games in
sorry.
similar adjacent genres like The Legend of Zelda, Wizardry, and Ultima, Ishii's first task was to establish what he liked and
A
disliked about each of those games.
Wendigo.
Alongside this, Ishii also began to formalize the many ideas and illustrations that had found their way into his notebooks over the years, and he thoroughly enjoyed figuring out how these would translate into a digital
Well,
format.
then you better let Havel
One of the
know
ideas that had
Icy
featured
as
with a high
well.
degree of prominence focused on 5 elements, and how they should be integrated into a world where supernatural beings were prevalent. The idea was to introduce 4 elements that were grounded in reality.
Because he was getting
and these would
ready
be
to
enriched
find
with a medium of
somebody.
fantasy. The 5th element was then planned to be
Thank
something
you.
unconventional, but after careful consideration, this 5th element, which was meant to be dubbed mana, was removed. The 4 elements that remained would become associated with crystals, and they would end up becoming a focal point of the narrative. They would provide an impetus for the 4 protagonists, guiding their journey around the world to fight 4 powerful bosses, each of whom guarded much larger crystals. Alongside this, Ishii introduced a suite of design concepts that would be retained as development commenced, such as creating a diorama-inspired world map, the introduction of a title card that would show the game's prologue had concluded, and that the game's first boss, Garland, should also be the game's final boss. Another important decision would relate to the battle system. Many of the popular role-playing games, irrespective of where they had been developed in the world, had either seen combat play out in the field or in a separate first-person battle scene. Ishii felt this was restrictive, and instead proposed a side-on view that would allow players to see their entire party on one side of the screen and the array of enemies they were facing on the other. This decision would allow for more spotlight to be placed on a simplified class system, as each job, as they would become known, would have a unique visual style. And by having a side-on approach, players would see how their formation stacked up against that of their enemy. By the time Highway Star was wrapping up, Ishii had been working for a few months on the role-playing concepts. Some solid foundations had been created, but there were numerous challenges ahead. Even still,
Side on,
Sakaguchi was
apply
incredibly
directly
driven
to
make
the
this project
forehead.
succeed, and wanted to be as efficient as possible with the remaining time they had. For years, it had been his dream to make video games, but neither King's Knights nor Operation Jumpout were games that played to his strengths as a creator. With both titles struggling from both a critical and commercial perspective, and Highway Star suffering a similar fate, Sakaguchi made a promise to himself. Unless this next game performed well enough to prove that he had what it took to make it within the video games industry, he would quit. return
You're
to
sick.
university,
What
and get
happened?
a more sensible job.
What did you
With
do?
the team being so small, it became a necessity for everyone to chip in, irrespective of their strengths and weaknesses. They just had to make it work. As Sakaguchi would later share, the mentality of the team at the time was that there was no guarantee this game would make it. There were a lot of worries, a lot of unstable factors going into this project. The notion of mucking in was evidenced everywhere. It meant that
All that
despite Kazuki
partying you were
Shibuya
doing.
being the designated
Right,
artist within
right.
the team, Ishii, for example, learnt how to do pixel art so that he could help out, and this led to him also working on creating the user interface. To create something compelling, he created thick borders around the menu boxes using the iron pipes from Mario Brothers as an inspiration. It would also be Ishii who came up with the now famed white glove cursor, which was inspired by a game called Crackout. But as talented and driven as the team was, they also knew when limits had been reached, and there was a feeling that if the game were to stand
Yeah,
out
you would,
and be seen
Queso.
as a genuine competitor to Dragon Quest, external help would be required to enhance existing skill sets and create something unique. The two major areas that this applied to were the narrative and the artistic direction. Sakaguchi had worked on numerous narratives during his time at Square, but his role would vary. Sometimes he would come up with the wider concepts and work with writers to help formalize those concepts into something coherent, while other times he would take ownership of the entire process. For this game, Sakaguchi decided it would be best to seek external help, so they commissioned a professional writer called Kenji Terada and tasked him with taking the concepts created by both Ishii and Sakaguchi and incorporating
you need
them
an
into a
excuse.
compelling narrative. Beyond this, even though Shibuya had become the go-to person for sprite work at Square and was an incredible artist in her own
I was on the
right,
Yeti earlier,
felt
and they
that
have
they
like
needed
these
something
Garfield
more.
shirts.
They
Oh,
needed
I think
an
I saw
illustrator.
those.
And
She had been studying illustration
while
for
not
some
exactly
time,
spectacular
using
for
them as a
me,
source
like
of
I was like meh,
inspiration.
but
And outside
one of them
artists such
made
as
me think of
Robin
Nacho.
Matthews and Roger
Was it the
Helfrich,
Just like the-
lasagna one?
Ishii would almost
Yeah, the
always
one, the
come back
pose
to
that
Japanese
Garfield was in
artist
was like, oh shit,
Yoshitaka
I think
Amano.
Garfield stole
Amano
Nacho's
was nothing
pose.
short of an artistic prodigy. From a young age, he just wanted to draw, and such was his fascination with drawing that he didn't want his creativity to be burdened by rules and regulations. It saw Amano reject the opportunity to
lasagna.
attend formal art classes, as he instead wanted to learn and explore by taking his own path. This path would see him join the prestigious Tatsunoko Productions at the tender age of
Oh
just
yeah, that's
15
yeah.
years
I
old.
didn't
And
look
such
at
was
it
his
before,
talent
like
that the
big or
head of
anything.
Tatsunoko Productions, Tatsuo Yoshida, would end up being his mentor.
Link it.
Amano would
Nah,
end
it's
up
on the
staying
main.
at the company for over
See
a
it?
decade, but even though he was given a chance to work on franchises such as Speed Racer and Gatchaman and enjoyed his work, the creative drive inside led to him yearning for something else. It saw Amano start to explore with more experimental art styles, and he became inspired by Western artists such as Frank Frazetta, who had created awe-inspiring covers for comic books. Years of study led to Amano becoming convinced his future lay elsewhere, and so, after leaving Tatsunoko Productions, he became a freelance illustrator. It wouldn't take long for someone to recognize his talent, and Amano was hired to work on Vampire Hunter D. Alongside this, he also started to release books that contained his works, and one of the first, called Maten, would end up leaving a lasting impression on Ishii. When thinking about illustrators, Ishii therefore recommended to Sakaguchi that they speak to Amano.
I know, right?
But
What a
having no
title.
clue who Amano was, Sakaguchi rejected the notion, as he wanted to hire an artist of great renown, much like Enix had done when they commissioned
This
Akira
is
Toriyama to work on Dragon
egregious.
Quest. After searching on his own, Sakaguchi found an artist he thought would fit the bill. That artist turned out to be Amano. Soon after, Sakaguchi sent a proposal to Amano, and then proceeded to visit his studio with Ishii and Shibuya to discuss what it would be like to work on a video game. It just so happened that even though Amano was unfamiliar with Square and was tentative about working on video games, he did want to work with fantasy as a theme. With the deal signed, the team at Square thought hard about how they wanted Amano to contribute to the project. They didn't want to place too many restrictions
Bad mouth.
so as to not
What?
inhibit creativity.
What?
But one aspect
Is
was
UPS
stressed.
here? Are they here
To
with their
differentiate
stickers?
Final Fantasy from Dragon Quest, the artwork had to
Should I
cater
check
to
my
adults
email?
as opposed to children. To ensure this mature theme was consistent,
There are no
Amano
trucks
would be
outside.
tasked with providing artwork
I'm still gonna
for
check
the
my
game's
email.
box art and manual. But perhaps his most important role related to the creation of a plethora of
not yet.
illustrations that Ishii and Shibuya could then use as a reference.
Maybe it's
for
just
creating
windy
pixel art
outside.
in-game. By this point, the project was starting to gain some traction, and when other projects at Square finished up, staff members were more than keen to see how they could contribute. At various points, it would see the likes of Akitoshi Kawazu, Hiroyuki Ito, and Ken Narita join, and they would each make significant contributions.
What is a mega death?
Kawazu, for example, leveraged his experience playing and creating tabletop role-playing games while at university. He would create the underlying gameplay mechanics that would bring Ishii's character classes to life. Ito, whose main role was debugging, would also end up having a direct impact on the turn-based battle system. After seeing the side-on view concept created by Ishii, he felt it resembled a typical NFL match, where the opposing sides would square off against each other, making all their tactical decisions before the play started. Narita would then be joined by Kiyoshi Yoshi to program the entire battle system, something that involved implementing the detailed design specifications provided by
Well, I figured it
Kawazu
was a
and
band,
Ito.
but
And this would be an
he
interesting
started his. Oh,
distinction,
really
as the
interesting. I
involvement of
wonder why he
Narita
got
and
fired.
Yoshi on the battle system allowed Nasir Jabeli, Sakaguchi's main programmer, to focus elsewhere. For all of Nasir's talents, having worked so long on action-based games, he struggled to understand many of the concepts relating to role-playing games. And with there being a language barrier, as Nasir only spoke limited Japanese, Sakaguchi struggled to find a way to explain these concepts in a way that made sense. One prominent example was that Nasir couldn't understand the concept of hit points. In his mind, if someone got hit, they should die immediately, or at least lose a life. It meant that even though Nasir was brilliant,
I know what
using Japanese
Metallica
programmers
is.
for these particular elements proved to be much more efficient.
I'm like, that's not what he
Nasir
said.
was then tasked with working on the programming for everything else, and that task would end up being massive in scale. It would see Nasir not only have to figure out how to make proper use of all the visual assets and how the various scenes would connect, but he would also be responsible for doing manual coding of every single line of dialogue and every single cutscene animation. Nasir also pushed boundaries and even went rogue at times. It was through his innovations that the airship functioned in such an effective manner, as he figured out a way to have the screen move 4 times the speed without there being any kind of performance reduction. And beyond that, Nasir also had time to program the secret 15 puzzle minigame that not even Sakaguchi knew about, as well as an anti-piracy script that was able to detect attempts to adjust the source code and render the product inoperable. Each of these elements helped to make this project into something that was starting to feel quite special. And after seeing what was being created, more and more staff members wanted to join. Even Hiromichi Tanaka.
Okay, so
would
I'm
join
gonna
after
kick your
finishing up with
ass.
a game called The Cursed Treasure
Whoa.
Cleopatra, as would Takashi Tokita. Towards the end,
What's
it would see there being 3 programmers,
What's up,
4
British?
planners, 4 artists, and 5 other people working in supporting areas. And perhaps one of the most notable in this realm would be the game's composer, Noboru Uematsu. Uematsu had been working with
Uematsu.
Square since the release of Cruise Chaser Blasty. But
Right?
before
I'm a
that,
British.
they've been struggling to make ends meet as a musician. By today's standards,
You
Uematsu
half a
was
British.
a
What
late
you
bloomer,
talking about?
with
Still
his
am
interest
one,
in
though.
musical instruments only coming at the age of 12. In the following years, that interest blossomed into something else, and it led to a teenage Uematsu
Are
showing
you one if you're only
aspirations
half
to
of one
become a
though?
professional
Yeah.
musician, even wanting to study
Damn.
music at university. But as it was deemed an
You do be going
undesirable
through
career,
cheese and shit
his
and drinking mint
parents
sauce
refused to
out
let
of
him
shot
go down that
glass.
path. As an act of
It's
defiance,
good.
even though Uematsu respected his decision, choosing to study foreign languages instead, he chose to study almost 500 miles away at Kanagawa University. And he did so with the explicit purpose of continuing to pursue music outside of his studies. After graduating, Uematsu chose to stay in the area, producing numerous demo reels for prospective
'Cause
publishing houses.
Blue and
and after
Dabba Dee
some luck,
Dabba Die,
his
Mr. Clune?
relentlessness
Wait,
ended
those
up
guys are
landing him
Italian
a
or something
part-time
like that. Never
position
mind.
at Square. After impressing on a few projects like Cruise Chaser Blasty and Alpha, Uematsu was retained as a full-time employee, and with his focus now
Blue is the
clear,
meaning
he
of
worked alongside
life.
Toshiaki Imai to produce music for almost every single game they made thereon after. Often, the scores Uematsu produced would only contain a handful of pieces of music, but due to the scale of this new game, not only was there an expectation that the volume of music would increase, there was also an expectation that the quality would need to increase too. And as Sakaguchi himself had been an aspiring musician who had also been dissuaded from following that career path by his parents, he had a particular focus on this area. By the end of production, Uematsu had composed countless pieces of music, with over 20 being deemed strong enough to make the final cut. One of these would be a last-minute request from Sakaguchi, and it would simply become known as the Prelude. Due to this request coming right at the end of production, it needed to be completed with the utmost haste. Uematsu took this in the most literal of senses, composing the Prelude in just 10 minutes. That such a compelling and enduring piece of music was composed in such a short amount of time epitomized the sheer talent that Uematsu possessed. And even though he would often be at odds with Sakaguchi, with them having constructive discussions about the quality and quantity of the work that Uematsu composed, it would be hard to argue with the end result. As each piece of the puzzle fell into place, it became clear that the game would be a captivating and meaningful experience. But there was still one major problem to solve: what the game should be called. The only thing they knew was that the game needed to be based on alliteration. This particular concept for naming games had been used quite a few times within Square itself, but also with third-party titles
Thank you.
where Square served as the publisher. Prominent
I
examples
get
of
these
this would be King's
eyelashes
Knight,
to look
Deep
okay.
Dungeon, and Rad Racer, the name used for Highway Star's North American
I
release.
know. Through
Outside of
eyelashes?
these names sounding cool in their own right, the development team also wanted consumers to be able to shorten the name to just 2 syllables, not least because this was what had happened with Dragon Quest, which was often shortened to either Draqua or DQ. With Square having already used the letters D, K, and R, they decided to
Ridge
work with the letter F
Racer!
because they wanted to use the word fantasy. After some deliberation, they felt the name Fighting Fantasy would work quite well. Not only would this allow consumers to shorten the game down to the cool-sounding FF, they also believed it would lead to them referring to the game as Fi-Fan. With the name decided, the legal team started doing their due diligence, but they came back soon after with
Alright, we need to make a
unfortunate
game
news.
based
4
off of
years
ourselves
earlier,
and we'll
a
just
game
call
book
it
series called Fighting
YO
Fantasy
or
had been
OY.
created, subsequently taking the world by storm. The first 3 books were so popular within the UK that they occupied numerous
I'm glad they
spots at the
didn't
same
go with
time
fighting
within the
fantasy,
Sunday
though.
Times' children's book chart.
Fighting Fantasy
And
would
by
have been pretty fucking cheesy.
1987, over 8 million copies have been sold
It would have
worldwide.
been pretty damn cheesy.
Due to the similar themes
I
between
don't know
the
if
two
cheesy is
properties,
the right
there was
word,
no
but
way Square would be
Oh,
able
it's
to
the
use
right
the name
word.
without coming
Okay.
into some kind of legal trouble, but they also
Cheesy
didn't
as
want to
fuck.
budge too much. This meant
It would
they
have
would
been
keep
straight
the
Gordita
alliteration
Crunch.
around the letter F, and they would also keep the
Inoki?
word fantasy, as they wanted it to be front and center in the name.
Actually, if
as a
you shorten it
descriptor
to
of what
just
the product
2 syllables,
represented.
it'd be you own.
After looking at numerous options,
You
You
own?
the
own.
first word ended
Or
up
if it's
being
just
changed
if
to
you
finance.
short it the other way
This
around, it'd be
would be
OY.
Good
As
smug
Sakaguchi
look,
had vowed
okay.
to make
Oh,
this his
OY.
first
One
game
to
should be
On
OY.
Y.
and
On,
it was also a
yeah,
firm
Oh,
sign
why?
as a company
on you.
not on a negative
Oh.
trajectory. But it was not meant to be all that symbolic. Instead, the
On
primary
you.
reason they chose the name Final Fantasy was that it sounded really cool.
There-
As
Damn,
development
fantasy
Is this the
guy.
face that you wanted me to draw?
1987, Square started to increase their marketing efforts as they built up for launch.
I'ma
They saw
say yes. What do
numerous
y'all
methods
think?
of advertising utilized, and within print
What do y'all
publications,
think of the
emphasis was
expression?
placed on the
Real
involvement of
talk,
Rada,
be honest.
Amano, and Nasir, as they were influential figures
That's like
whose
part
professional
of the
work
reason,
pushed into
Remote.
different consumer demographics.
If you just like they
Alongside
just
this,
talked about
and
it.
to
That's
ensure
what we were
that no
talking about.
stone was left
It
unturned,
was
Square
because
also
that
employed some
this
more
was like their
unorthodox
last like,
approaches
if we
towards
don't make
driving
it,
pre-orders.
if we don't make it with
For
this game,
example,
we're not gonna
a
make it
letter
at all.
was sent to
But like they
everyone
just
who had
said,
pre-ordered Seiken
they got
Densetsu.
Final Fantasy
Its intention
because
was to inform
Fighting
them of the
Fantasy was
game's
already
cancellation,
taken.
but there was also a significant amount of space dedicated to selling them on why they might want to
But
switch.
And
to
it
the
fit
game
with
the
the,
guy,
um,
but the guy directing it also, he
Yeah,
was the one
it's
that kind of had that
both.
sentiment. That was like, if this shit don't work out, I'm going back to
Emphasis
something
on
else.
building a
It's
party.
both.
As marketing efforts continued, the next questions related to when
Her
the game
smug
should
And
release
aura.
how many
don't
copies
poke my
should
wife,
be
Mr.
produced.
Clean.
The latent success of Dragon Quest shocked numerous video game publishers and developers across Japan. And when Dragon Quest II released just 8 months later,
That
it
look
shocked
is
the game.
everything.
Unlike its predecessor, which had taken some time to win
I
over
think
the
the expression
Japanese
is top
I
public,
just don't think
Dragon Quest
Estola
II
is
sold
smug like that.
500,000 copies at
I'm
launch.
gonna go with it.
This made NX
I mean, that's fair.
2.75 billion
Change it if
yen
you want to.
overnight. And due to the nature of the success, many of the traditional and challenger publishers who had continued to create games in tried and tested
No, never,
genres
Mr.
had
Clean.
their eyes
You can
No,
nudge
never.
me.
opened. Sakaguchi had sensed this shift. But
can
so too
tap
had
her on
many
the
other
shoulder.
creatives in Japan, and one of the
But
first
there will
publishers
never
to
be
act
permission
would be
given for
Namco.
that. Not in this
Amongst the
relationship.
plentiful group of third-party publishers
You have
who
a
were
very
be-
different meaning of the word
Famicom,
poke than I do, I
Namco,
guess.
a subsidiary of
I
Namco,
was
were part
being
of the
stupid,
elite.
okay?
I know,
They
I was being
published
stupid
countless
too.
games, with two of them even going on to sell over a
He has her.
million
I'm just
copies
saying,
each.
I can see her
And
make
the
that
theme of the
expression and
success
and
had
say
been
the words
conceptual,
"little son" at the same time,
focus,
okay?
and action. This would often see them port over games that had been successful within the arcades, but they would also fuse action with other genres, even experimenting with a few action role-playing games such as the Tower of Duraga, which is noted for inspiring the likes of The Legend of Zelda and Hydelide. In 1987, their
Definitely
approach started to shift. They would still focus
fucking
on
weird.
action-based games,
But
but Namco realized that interest was waning
Like,
around classic
If you have a
arcade ports.
significant other and
As a
somebody's
result,
flirting with your
they chose to
significant
focus
other,
more on sports games. They
uh-huh.
also developed slower
definitely a
experiences,
weird thing.
including
Well,
Family
yeah.
Mahjong and Sanma
It's like,
the
you
Great
know that they in a
Detective,
relationship,
board
right?
game
It's like,
and
yeah,
adventure
well,
game respectively.
I would rather
Namco
destroy that
also
happiness for my
published Dragon
personal
Slayer
game.
I don't
Oh,
think
alright, bet.
flirting
Nihon
necessarily
Falcon
means they're
on
gonna
the previous
destroy
installments.
something.
Well,
Because some people are just
But
flirty.
you-
would relate to a
yes,
game
but
created
if
in
you're
collaboration with a newly
being that
formed
way,
development studio
knowing that
called
somebody's in a
Atlus.
relationship, because like you
Following its
flirt.
release in
I mean, I guess you're right. Maybe they
1986,
do it just
the science
because.
fiction novel series
Some people
Which
are
But I
just
I
that
feel like
way.
if people flirt with
had
people,
become a
you'd like
huge hit.
could plant
Previous
seeds in
right
people's
while
heads
Yeah.
that they'd be like, oh,
Zelda,
hold on.
I get that too.
Yusutani worked with the
It's
publishing
like,
house
ugh.
But I
Takuma
think like
Shoten
there are
on
some people that
facilitating the
that's just
creation
you
of
know that's
multimedia
how they
adaptations.
talk.
The initial plan was for Nintendo
I feel like-
to produce a video
To some
game
degree.
for the Famicom.
I
But
feel
even
like
though
when
it
stuff like
received
that comes up,
provisional
it's
approval,
the
board
people,
of
whoever's
directors
being
in
talked
Nintendo
to is
vetoed the plan due to the
perceiving it
source
that way.
material being
Flirty,
deemed
30,
far
and
too mature for
thriving.
their brand.
Sorry.
It was
What
subsequently
Raid said made me
offered
think
to
of
other
that.
interested parties, and two groups won out. Atlus, who applied through Namco, and Telenet.
But I don't know. I'm not a very.
It would see two
Dirty
video
person, I
game
suppose.
adaptations
Neither am
of
I.
digital
I
devil
would
story
not know.
Megami Tensei created. Atlus and Namco would work on a game for the Famicom, while Telenet Japan would create
Famicom
one for
these
personal
nuts.
computers. And to keep things interesting and ensure expectations were subverted, the two parties agreed that not only should the two games be quite different, they should be the opposite of what each respective player base would expect. This meant the Famicom version would be a traditional role-playing game that drew heavy inspiration from wizardry, while the version created for personal computers would have a stronger focus on action. At the same time, the likes of Hudson Soft had also laid down plans for the creation of
It's too
traditional role-playing
scary.
games, as had smaller publishers such as Hotbee and Kemco. This meant that the latter part of 1987 became a hotbed for console role-playing games, especially as publishers were desperate to release before Dragon Quest III, which had been scheduled for the first part of 1988. Released in September of 1987, Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei led what became a new wave of console role-playing games. 3 other games then released in October, and Final Fantasy would be planned to release in mid-December, just 2 days before another intriguing role-playing game produced by Sega called Phantasy Star.
Fantasy
This
Star
meant that there was enough
Universe.
opportunity for Final Fantasy
Sorry.
to stand out, but by also releasing a little bit
Yeah,
later
that's how that
than
song
those
went.
other 4 Famicom
That's
games,
That's
really
how that
like
song
all I
went,
think
yeah.
about when I
Not
think
only
about
become more
Fantasy
familiar with
Star. Oh,
role-playing
that
games,
and
but also create some kind of benchmark outside of Dragon Quest.
oh no, I can't
this
even
regard,
think of what
the
it
development team at
is
Square
now.
felt that Final
But we
Fantasy
say it a
was
lot.
destined to land well with consumers. And as more and more people joined the project, this sentiment only continued to grow.
I'm not
But
sure.
even though the development team had high hopes, the management
Like
team
it was
you're
a
referring
phrase
to,
from the
actually.
game,
that confidence would translate into actual sales.
and
it led to
we
many
were
heated
saying it,
discussions
but I can't
about
remember what
how
it is
many
right now
copies of Final
because it's not how it
Fantasy
works.
should be ordered
I only
for its
remember when
initial
it's actually
shipment.
being done.
One of the main sticking points around that shipment number
Yeah, I don't
was the
recall.
performance of Sakaguchi's 2 previous games, Operation Jumpout and Highway Star. Both games were aligned with popular genres and
Emergency!
employed advanced technology.
Oh
such as
yeah,
very
that shit.
solid
Every
3D
time a
graphics.
fucking event would
Square
pop up or
Enix
whatever
in
the hell it
in
was.
the MMO.
and ordered hundreds of thousands
Emergency!
of copies for each game, but neither would live up to expectations, and unsold copies that took up space in Square's warehouse would serve as a constant reminder. The other main issue was Square themselves. Due to a combination of poor management and games underperforming upon release, the company's financial position had become precarious. To ensure they did not overextend and make the situation worse, the decision was taken to order 200,000 copies of Final Fantasy. Upon learning this, Sakaguchi was said to have been livid. For many months, he had lived and breathed
What-
Final Fantasy,
what
pouring his
is
heart and
this
soul
scene?
into the game. After all, if this was to be his swan song
What's
within
that?
the video games industry,
Did you
he
see
wanted to
that?
go out with a bang, selling as many copies as possible.
No.
He
You didn't-
recommended that 500,000 copies be ordered, but after learning that
I'm
Square
gonna
were
pause
only
it. You have to go watch this, like, his outrage, and then it was just like the goofiest looking thing. 4715? Is that where I stopped it? Yeah. And now my video is loading forever.
months he had lived.
Okay, 4715.
Ready?
Yeah.
Go.
He had
Just
lived
look-
and breathed Final
The
Fantasy,
stapler? Fuck
pouring
this
his
monitor.
heart and
Oh
soul
my
into the
god.
game.
Yeah, give me
After
these
all,
sticky
It's
notes.
just
What the
like-
fuck was
I
that?
was just like, what?
He wanted
My
to go
man
out
did
with a
literally
bang,
no
selling as
damage.
many
Hello,
copies
thanks
as
for the
possible.
follow.
He had recommended that
My man did
500,000
no
copies
damage.
be
He tore a
ordered,
couple
but
sheets of
after
paper that
learning
he's just gonna put
Square
back in
only
his stack
wanted
and
to
use
back the
anyways. Like,
200,000,
damn, bro.
less than half of his
Like his
recommendation,
outrage, and then
he would end up
that
taking an
popped up, and
incredible course of action.
I was like, what is happening?
Instead of continuing to
I
argue
see
with
it-
his
I can see in
superiors
the
at
corner of
Square,
my eye.
Sakaguchi took a near-finished version of the game
What's up,
and showed it
Raid
to
27?
rival
Are you like the
publishers, one of which
27th
was
iteration
Shueisha,
A
of?
very
publishing
honest
house
art
who, amongst
question.
other things, were
I mean, you
responsible for the very
can,
popular Shonen
but
Jump
depending on
magazine.
what it is, I might not
After learning
answer
what was
it.
happening, the management team at Square decided to be pragmatic.
Raid, is that your
Instead of
27th
admonishing
iteration?
Sakaguchi for his unethical actions, they instead took the opposite
It's like a
stance,
Brainiac
as they believed
situation.
it
It's like the
served as
27th
ultimate
version of you from
testament
the
to how
future.
much passion and belief there was in the product. And although they did not choose to order 500,000 copies, at least not right away, they compromised and committed to ordering 400,000. Development on Final Fantasy would wrap in September of 1987.
I feel like you'd be surprised,
And that
Storm.
such a complex game was pulled together, despite
Gotta
facing significant
keep your
adversity
eyes
along the
open on
way,
all
would
that.
end up being quite remarkable. Not only was the initial planning done by someone who had never worked on a video game before, it was also done with limited guidance, because Sakaguchi and other senior figures such as Shibuya and Nasir were unavailable due to their commitment to working on Highway Star. Because of this, the reality was that full production happened within a period of just 3 months. And even during that time, when new staff members joined the production team, they would need to get up to speed with the project before they would be able to make an active contribution. That such a polished and innovative game was created against this backdrop showed the sheer tenacity, passion, and commitment that existed within the team. And the role that Sakaguchi played towards instilling these values should not be understated. After all, he had been willing to put his entire career and reputation on the line because of just how much he believed in the project.
Her boots are
Final Fantasy
knee
would end up going
boots,
to
aren't
market in
they?
Japan on the 18th of December
They are knee, like,
1987.
or
And
no,
not only
thigh
did Square follow
boots.
through with making 400,000 copies available during
Oh
the launch
shoot! What
period,
is Ishtal's
they also
outfit?
showed confidence by installing a hefty price tag of 5,900 yen. This would not only make Final Fantasy by far the most expensive price point for a game ever produced by Square in the Famicom era, it was also a significant increase
Oh,
on
the
other
boots are
leading
separate.
games, such as Dragon
Ah,
Quest II,
Sorceress
which
is
had
high
retailed
boots.
for
Yes,
5,500 yen,
yes.
and the Famicom port of The
Oh
Legend
yes,
of
they
Zelda,
go up that
which had
high.
retailed
Yes,
for only
yeah.
4,900 yen. Critics came out in support of these decisions
And
as they praised the game. Famicom Tsushin awarded Final Fantasy 34 out of 40, granting it a place in their coveted Gold Hall of Fame. To justify this, across the 4 Famitsu reviewers, there was complimentary feedback granted for the game's storytelling and general game design. They also singled out the innovative battle scenes and high-quality
Your
graphics.
father is Raid Shadow
Famitsu
Legends. He
also
gave
commended
up on
Square
naming
for
y'all and
having the
started
audacity
numbering.
to
Damn,
try
there's
and
27?
request
Oh
in the
gosh.
manner
Damn,
of the
that
pad,
was
especially
pumping.
as it did not come
Whoa.
across as a simple
I
clone.
guess Mom was
and
pumping
even
them out too.
enhanced numerous aspects.
Whoa.
Family
Yeesh.
Computer Magazine, another Japanese publication, surveyed their readers. Across the various elements, this led to Final Fantasy being awarded the respectable score of 59.53 out of 30. Their readers felt the strongest aspects of the game were the characters, the music, and how engaging the design was throughout. However, even though it scored well, they felt the weakest aspect was its originality. These positive elements, when combined with a solid marketing campaign, helped to create a high degree of intrigue in and around the game's launch, and as a result, Final Fantasy managed to sell through its entire initial shipment. That Final Fantasy performed so well was pretty significant for both Square and Sakaguchi, as it vindicated the decisions that had been made by both parties. But it wasn't so much the volume of copies sold that warranted celebration. What was more important was how much money those copies had generated. The reality was that Square didn't struggle to sell games. Instead, they struggled to sell games at a compelling price point. In 1987 alone, Square had managed to release multiple games that would go on to sell more than 400,000 copies, with the likes of Crystal Dragon and even Operation Jumpout achieving this milestone. But where they had continued to struggle was the price point, and the performance of Final Fantasy showed that they had finally found a meaningful property that could justify being sold at a premium. It meant that even though the release of Final Fantasy was not a massive success within the wider context of the Japanese video games industry, for Square it was monumental. After the production had stopped of new copies of Final Fantasy, over 520,000 copies had been sold in Japan. This generated almost 2 billion yen in
Lucky
net
number
revenue,
27.
figure
Oh,
that
so it was a
over double their
random.
previous
It's
best
random
performing
number.
title. It changed everything.
What
and
what
Square would be
what
quick
is
to
your
adapt.
honest art
Sakaguchi
question?
would also make
I'm
the
waiting
decision
to
stay at the
know.
company, and due to the vital role that was played in the creation of Final Fantasy, he would be tasked with spearheading the next phase in the evolution of Square. Over the next few years, Square would pivot from being a company that attempted to shovel out as many games as possible to being one that focused on quality over quantity. And at the forefront of this new approach would be Final Fantasy.
Remember we were talking about
Even though Square now had a
RaffleCon?
clear
That's what
vision
happened
for
with
how they could
Raid
build out the
27.
Japanese
They
side of their
raffled
business, and this vision
as well.
paid dividends over
That's
the
why
next
he's
few
27.
years. The major question that
Yep.
remained was how well they could transition this vision over to taking advantage of the resurgent North American video game market. By the time Final Fantasy had released in Japan, Square had already released a handful of games in North America, but to do so, they had relied on third-party publishers. It would see Operation Jumpout published by Acclaim as the 3D Battles of World Runner, and Highway Star would be published by Nintendo as Rad Racer. The 3D Battles of World Runner would see modest returns, but Rad Racer turned out to be a huge hit in foreign markets. Selling well over 1 million copies, it became a fan favorite, and whenever Nintendo wanted to showcase the power and performance of their system, they often used Rad Racer. Both of these games had been overseen by Sakaguchi, and it meant the next logical subject for localization should have been Final Fantasy, but the sheer scale of the game would end up being a significant stumbling block. Unlike more arcade-centric titles, role-playing games featured huge amounts of dialogue, and this would need to be understood and translated in such a manner that everything would make sense as an extended narrative, as opposed to just the context of a particular menu or a specific scene. With Square choosing to move away from those arcade
Yes, hi elephant.
the knock-on effect was that expansion into North America was put on hold in favor of consolidating their place within the Japanese market. They would create Squaresoft Incorporated as a wholly owned North American subsidiary in 1989, but the focus of this subsidiary was on the profitable localization of smaller projects such as King's Knight, as opposed to bigger, more complex titles such as Final Fantasy. This was something Square found
Well, that's
out
like
the hard
a
way, as their own efforts to
question.
localize Final Fantasy would fall flat. As a
It
result,
depends on
Square would
the
end up
pose,
partnering
really.
with Nintendo. Masters of their craft, Nintendo had become
And they
adept
kinda
at
did a
acting
little
as a
bit
gateway
here.
into the North American market for Japanese publishers.
Just like a
Square
little bit
themselves
of
had benefited from
foreshortening.
this, as
But
Rad Racer enjoyed more success
doing it
overseas
digital
than
makes it
ever did
a
in
lot
Japan.
easier
The
depending
role-playing
on what
games
you're
were a different
trying to
quantity.
do.
As had been the case in Japan before the release of Dragon Quest, in North America,
You can
role-playing games were
you can use the
sophisticated products that were enjoyed
transform
by gamers
tool
playing on personal computers,
to
not
that's
those
not
who
gonna
owned
work.
home consoles. It would be Dragon Quest again that they
You can
hoped
use
would be
the
the
transform
catalyst.
tool to
Retitled as Dragon Warrior to
make
avoid
stuff
infringing with an existing pen and paper role-playing game owned
actually
by Simulation
foreshorten
Productions,
pretty
Dragon
decently.
Quest would launch in North America 3 years after its initial Japanese release. But in an almost identical mirror to what had happened 3 years prior in Japan, Dragon Warrior did not resonate with owners of the Nintendo Entertainment System, and it led to sales being very poor. They were so poor that Nintendo would end up giving copies of the game away for free to subscribers of Nintendo Power Magazine.
So it really
But
depends
this
on what you're
initiative
trying to
did
do.
lead to over 500,000 copies
think-
ending up in the hands of consumers.
I think a lot of the things they
The poor
recommend
performance of
is
Dragon
whenever you're
Warrior
trying to
has been seen as a
foreshorten
bad omen
something
for the
in
localization
general,
of other role-playing games.
that you should
But
make
Nintendo were pleased
lines
enough to
like
commit
that.
to supporting Square on the localization of Final Fantasy. When Final Fantasy
That
was
way you
released
can
in the
also
middle of
see-
1989, North American audiences were much more
doing
receptive. Dragon Quest had again
perspective.
paved
You
the
can
way,
see
but unlike in Japan,
where it
had
goes.
gained what seemed like an insurmountable domination over the market due to being an unrivaled trailblazer for so long, this was not the case in North America. Clayton Woolnam of Video Games and Computer Entertainment noted that Final Fantasy was role-playing adventure at its best, complementing the job system and extolling that the game design would allow for an exhaustive amount of combinations and challenges to be overcome. Roe Adams III, when writing for Computer Gaming World, was also excited
But
to tell North
it does
American
it
audiences
does
about Final
very
Fantasy.
you know
For PC
whatever
gamers,
pose you're
he
trying to
compared
use,
it
because
to the
there's
likes of Ultima 3
sexy
and
pose is very
Wizard, and
general,
provided a
so it's
thorough
hard to
breakdown of how the various
say
gameplay
because it
mechanics
really
worked,
depends on what you're
even
doing.
going so far as to suggest the optimum party of 2 fighters, a white mage, and a black mage. This positive press, when combined with a more tailored marketing campaign that applied learnings from the unsuccessful launch of Dragon Warrior, allowed Final Fantasy to find a foothold in North America, and that foothold would end up leading to over 700,000 copies being sold. It was an incredible number, not least because it exceeded the number of copies Final Fantasy had sold in Japan. But beyond that, the even more significant metric was that Final Fantasy had sold around 40% more copies than Dragon Warrior had managed in the same region. And the importance of this would only be further emphasized when considering that Dragon Warrior only managed to find its way into so many homes because copies were literally given away. All things considered, Nintendo and indeed Square could not have hoped for a better North American launch. And by the end of 1989, Final Fantasy had been established as the preeminent role-playing series on the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Damn.
As the life cycle of both the Famicom
Good.
and the Nintendo Entertainment System drew to a close, Final
Yeah,
Fantasy proved to
that
be
those
a
will help
huge
too,
hit.
especially if you
Its
have them in
combined sales across
real
Japan
life
and North America were approximately
help you.
1.22 million, positioning it as one of the best-selling games to have been released for the system. And it was
I
awarded
haven't
numerous
gotten up in
accolades,
a good
such as
chunk of
coming
time,
ninth
so I think
within
I'm gonna
Famitsu's
take
Game
a
of the
little
Year
break, but I'm
awards
gonna keep my
and
headset
second
on so I can
within their
listen to this
RPG
video.
category, only losing out to Dragon
I
Quest
just
III.
need to get
But
up.
beyond just sales of the game, Final Fantasy had created a lasting cultural impact in Japan through the production of supporting content. And this related to not just the creation of merchandise, but also physical
Depends on
events
the
that
angle.
were used to celebrate the
So
franchise,
if you're trying to
and even the production of
draw
alternative
something from
adventures that
behind
could be
like
enjoyed by
that,
those who were not fortunate enough
just
to own a
kinda
home console. In the years that followed, Square explored numerous
make like
initiatives,
different
and one of
shapes,
the
and
first
if you're doing it
coincided with
digital,
not
mess
just
with
the
the
1-year
perspective
anniversary of
warp and
Final
stuff like
Fantasy,
that.
but also the release of its predecessor, Final Fantasy
Look
II.
up a bunch of pictures.
On the
There's
17th of
definitely a
December
lot of tutorials out
1988,
there for it.
This saw Square open an official Final Fantasy store in Tokyo's bustling Shibuya
Oh.
Ward. Inside,
I wish I
fans would
could
be
have
able to
been there.
purchase a wide range of merchandise. This would include some more traditional items, such as posters, pencil cases, and t-shirts, through to some more unique items, such as video game soundtracks. Throughout the 1980s, hardware had advanced to the point that composers were able to produce music that had real substance. There were still significant limitations, but these advances saw music become as much a part of the experience as the graphics and the gameplay. Recognizing this shift, an innovative music publisher called Alpha Records decided to take action, but it wouldn't be the first time they would take such a bold risk. In 1978, they published the first album by Yellow Magic Orchestra, famed for its use of real video game sound effects to make music. Fast forward 6 years, and Alpha innovated again by releasing a vinyl album that was dedicated to video game music. It was simply called Video Game Music, and it contained a collection of now legendary pieces from the likes of Pac-Man, Xevious, and Galaga. Such was its success that the following year they published The Return of Video Game Music, and the year after that, The Best of Video Game Music. In 1986, Alpha would then partner with the likes of Konami, Hudson, Tecmo, and Capcom to produce publisher-specific albums. And Nintendo would also take notice, releasing the Super Mario Bros. Original soundtrack on cassette and vinyl. But what made this particular release quite special was that alongside the main overworld theme as it appeared in-game, the album included an orchestral version of the same theme. Square would also get in on the act, releasing soundtracks for Cruise Chaser Blasty and Alpha, and as 1987 progressed, other publishers would start to release albums that would accompany the release of their individual properties. But even though Final Fantasy featured more music than any other game produced by Square to date, the decision was taken to hold off releasing any kind of album related to Final Fantasy, with Square opting to instead wait until Final Fantasy II had been released. By this point, video game music had become much more popular, and it was not uncommon for there to be well over 10 video game music releases happening every month. And to highlight just how popular video game music had become, there were 7 other albums released on the exact same day that Square and Polystar released their Final Fantasy 1 and 2 combined soundtrack. What was known as All Sounds of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 was released on the 21st of December 1988, and it was made available for people to purchase on CD and cassette. For almost everyone involved, this would be a landmark album. Not only would it allow players to hear music from the original Final Fantasy in its original 8-bit format without having to play the game, but anyone who purchased the album would also be treated to some unused pieces of music that did not make the final cut. Beyond that, All Sounds of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 would feature a special track. It was called Farewell FF World, and unlike every other track on the album, it was not worked on by Nobuo Uematsu. Instead, it was arranged by a musician called Michiaki Kato, and it would feature modern instrumentation. But the most appealing part of the track was that it would serve as a huge medley, combining pieces from Final Fantasy 1 and 2 into a long, blended experience that was perfect for those who had fallen in love with Uematsu's work over the 2 games. At launch, All Sounds of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 retailed for 2,348 yen, or just under $20 at the time. And after selling over 12,500 copies, it would end up reaching number 67 on the Oricon charts, generating hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue for Square. The success of the album showed Square that there was real appetite within the fanbase for products that would enrich, enhance, and extend enjoyment beyond just the games themselves, and that these additional products could be used to generate huge sums of supplemental revenue. Buoyed by the commercial success of All Sounds of Final Fantasy 1 and 2, Uematsu himself started to explore what's possible within the realms of audio, beyond just the production of albums that contained tracks from the games. And one of his main sources of inspiration would be Dragon Quest. Unlike many other video game scores, which were composed by relatively novice composers, the Dragon Quest soundtrack had been composed by a famed Japanese film and television composer called Koichi Sugiyama. Sugiyama had been intrigued by video games and had even written to Enix as a fan. This then opened up discussions about a collaboration, and after working on the soundtrack for a game called Wingman 2, Sugiyama composed the score for Dragon Quest. To say this score was groundbreaking would be an understatement, as beyond just the level of quality, the way that Sugiyama created distinct melodies around 8 central pillars would provide
Technically,
a
I'm
template
still
for other
AFK
up-and-coming
because I
composers.
haven't
Those
actually
themes
gone to do
would
what I
then
was gonna
serve
do.
as the backbone
But
for a revolutionary
I saw the
approach,
message, so I was
as
like, oh,
Sugiyama
here.
used his experience to
Flip
collaborate
through like
with
these
the
and
Tokyo
stuff.
Strings Ensemble to
They'll
create
help
one
ya.
of the first recordings of video game music using a live orchestra. These recordings would be released on the 5th of October 1986 as the Dragon Quest Suite. And the following
thank
year,
you.
on the 20th of August, that same music will be performed live to sell out crowds at purpose-led video game-related classical concerts. That the music of Dragon Quest had elicited such a strong response amongst consumers was nothing short of mind-blowing for a composer such as Uematsu. But after seeing how well received the music of Final Fantasy had been, he started wondering if it would be possible for his music to receive the same treatment. After numerous investigations, Uematsu decided to reach out to renowned classical composer Katsuhisa Hitori. Hitori had worked on numerous film scores and anime soundtracks, and Uematsu felt he would be more than capable of helping to transition his compositions to a grander scale. In the initial sense, Hitori was not interested, but after Uematsu, by his own admission, begged him to work on the project, Hitori would end up relenting, and he worked with his son Takayuki Hitori on figuring out how they could transition Uematsu's 8-bit score into what would become known as the Symphonic Suite Final Fantasy. Everything would come to fruition on the 20th of May 1989, as the Tokyo Symphony Orchestra performed 7 pieces of music that had been arranged by Katsuhisa and Takayuki Hitori. They would span across Final Fantasy 1 and 2, with 3 pieces being based on tracks from the original game and 4 relating to tracks from the second game. Many fans were present to enjoy the elaborate renditions of these pieces, but perhaps the person who was most affected was Uematsu himself. As he had created the original compositions, he compared attending the concert to attending his daughter's wedding, where he would play the role of a poor father who was going to marry his daughter away to a rich guy. For those who were unable to attend or wanted to reminisce and listen again, Symphonic Suite Final Fantasy would then be released as a standalone album a few months later on the 25th of July. Alongside using music to increase the enjoyment of Final Fantasy, Square also wanted to support people who enjoyed role-playing but didn't own a Famicom or weren't interested in video games. And they did this through the production of gamebooks. The first book of this ilk released alongside Final Fantasy in December of 1987, and it would see Square partner with an established publisher who were well versed with producing this kind of content. Published as the 39th entry in Kaibunsha's very popular Adventure Hero range, Final Fantasy Legend of the Crystal Succession would be a 235-page adventure gamebook that could be played using pen and paper. It would also allow players to embark on a role-playing adventure that wasn't predetermined, much like the video game, but it wouldn't just be a simple retelling. Instead, Legend of the Crystal Succession would act as a distant prequel, focusing on the story of a boy and girl who were in search of the Water Crystal. 4 months later, a second book was published called Final Fantasy Heroes of the Light. But instead of being released by Kaibunsha, it was published by a rival company called Futabasha. Heroes of the Light became part of Futabasha's own ever-expanding adventure gamebook series, featuring as part of their 1988 lineup that included books about Ys, Space Harrier, and wizardry. Its format was very similar to Legend of the Crystal Succession, but the premise of the narrative would act as an alternative retelling. This would see the Heroes of Light focus on 4 new Warriors of Light who were called Toy, Rom, Marek, and Gia. They had each been blessed by a priestess adopting classic jobs like warrior, thief, and red mage so that they could fight back against the evil forces of chaos. This book would again share its core mythology with the Final Fantasy video game, but everything else would be independent, even the world map. Alongside these 2 books, Square also started to produce supporting literary works that were much grander in scope, and one of the most intriguing was the Final Fantasy Monster Manual. Featuring a name that was a clear reference back to Dungeons & Dragons, the Monster Manual would take a much closer look at the awe-inspiring artwork that Yoshitaka Amano had created in support of the game. And alongside general concept art, based around the protagonists and the wider lore, this would see a significant amount of focus placed on their enemies. For many years after, Square used supplemental content such as merchandise, books, and even original video animation to expand the Final Fantasy brand, as they wanted to focus on producing fresh and innovative games as opposed to revisiting older properties. There would be the occasional port to make sure older games could be enjoyed by those who had purchased newer platforms, but seldom would these ports make any significant changes to the core experience. But that all changed at the turn of the millennium. Square was facing considerable financial pressure due to how many resources had been committed to producing Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. It saw them explore new avenues for revenue, and with the handheld scene continuing to prosper, there was a growing desire amongst consumers to experience home console games on the go. The only challenge was that Square could not produce games for the Game Boy Advance, having burnt that bridge when they decided to develop Final Fantasy VII for the PlayStation. As a result, Square decided to align with Bandai. Bandai had been producing home consoles for quite some time, but they had struggled to make the same kind of impact as Nintendo or Sega. To address this, they partnered with Koto, a company founded by the legendary Nintendo inventor Gunpei Yokoi. Their hope was that Koto would help them to come up with a viable competitor to the Game Boy, and what they came up with became known as the Wonder Swan. The Wonder Swan did well enough upon launch, but there were clear deficiencies. This saw Bandai work on a quick follow-up, the Wonder Swan Color, and to ensure it hit the ground running, they partnered with a suite of publishers to create a strong launch lineup. One of those publishers was Square, who committed to producing a new rendition of the original Final Fantasy. This new version of Final Fantasy will be remade from the ground up so as to appeal to both old fans and new fans alike. And to make sure the game delivered on those objectives, even though development was conducted by an entirely new team, they were overseen by Akitoshi Kawazu, Koichi Ishii, and Nobuo Uematsu, with Hironobu Sakaguchi serving as one of the executive producers. By doing this, even though the visuals, game design, and music would be modernized, any changes that were made will be in keeping with the original vision. The Wonder Swan Color remake of Final Fantasy would end up featuring brand new 16-bit graphics with an expanded color palette, and new sprites were drawn for not just the jobs, but also the various NPCs. New cutscenes were also created that helped to flesh out the story in a way that was not possible on the Famicom due to limited space, and the soundtrack was rearranged, with Uematsu even composing some brand new tracks. These changes helped to make this version of Final Fantasy much more in line with how Final Fantasy had been represented during the 16-bit era. When it launched on the 9th of December in the year 2000, consumers loved it. It would see 50% of those who purchased a Wonder Swan Color during its launch month also pick up a copy of Final Fantasy. And due to its quality, this
I could talk about that in a little bit, but I'm gonna hit the button because I thought Oni was gonna be here still. So I'll be right back. Still, popping some popcorn real quick.
for almost every future re-release of the original
Okay, I'm back.
game. Those re-releases would come thick and fast. An enhanced version of the WonderSwan Color
Sorry.
remake was released
We're
on the
back.
PlayStation less than 2
Not just
years
me, 'cause
after,
Oni was
which
AFK
even
too.
included FMVs. But the next
I'm
major
not actually here.
enhancement would come
Yes,
as
you
part
are.
of the Dawn of Souls compilation. Having managed to strike a deal with Nintendo,
Oh,
Square
the
was
Who
once
Are
again
You
allowed to
thing
produce
with
video
the
games for
with
their
the
console.
DS or the
And
SP.
after fulfilling their obligation to produce original properties first, such as Crystal Chronicles and Tactics Advance, Square got straight to work
Thank
on
you.
pumping out ports of their older games. The first of these would be Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Advance, which was renamed to Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Dawn of Souls for its Western release. Production will
Because
be
I've been
overseen
streaming
by
almost
Takashi
3 hours
Tokita,
without a
who had worked on the
break.
original game, and Kosuke Miyamoto, who had worked on the PlayStation port. They would work with a small contingent of employees from
Hold
Square
long.
to provide direction
Been sitting
to
for
Konsei,
a while,
an
so
outsourcing partner.
sometimes you gotta stretch
There would
the
again
legs,
be
player.
numerous
And
tweaks
cool
made
off,
to
'cause it's
audio
hot in
and
here.
visual presentation
It's pretty
of the
warm in
Oh
this
yeah,
original
room.
game. But perhaps
Air
the most
air
noticeable
conditioning
part
be
of the Dawn
expensive,
of Souls
so
version would be the Soul of Chaos. This will be offered as the collective name for a group of 4 bonus dungeons that could be found throughout the map, each related to one of the 4 elements, and they will become available to the player once the relevant Chaos.
How did I get
have been
inspired to
defeated.
do art
Designed to
and stuff?
test players,
Well,
these dungeons will be much longer
anime,
than the
really,
traditional set,
initially.
and feature a new suite of enemies pulled in from the wider franchise, such as Shinryu, Omega, and Gilgamesh. Upon release, Final
Grew up
Fantasy
watching,
1
like,
and 2
Sailor
Advance
Moon
would
and
end up
stuff,
selling
so-
140,000 copies in its first week on sale in Japan, with
Started,
almost 300,000 copies sold across its lifetime.
getting into it at that
in
point.
region. For a
Long
few years,
time ago.
Dawn of Souls will be considered the definitive version of the original Final Fantasy. But for the 20th anniversary, Square Enix decided to pull out all the stops. By this point in time, the PlayStation Portable
But
had
I didn't
delivered
really like
significant returns
sit
throughout
down
the
and
world,
commit to it
and
like I
Square Enix
am
wanted to
now
take advantage of its
um,
power.
until I met
Heavy
Oni.
emphasis will be placed on visuals, and it would see Tetsuya Nomura and Koichi Ishii assigned to supervise a team of artists who were responsible for delivering a significant overhaul of the game's graphics. Yoshitaka Amano would even be commissioned
He
to
also
produce a
helped
brand new logo.
shape
These elements
how I do
helped
everything,
to make
too.
the 20th anniversary edition of Final Fantasy feel fresh, and they were complemented by another new dungeon that was called the Labyrinth of Time. This was introduced as a stern test for players who had already beaten and mastered the Soul of Chaos. It would feature 4 distinct floors, each of which contained a puzzle that needed to be solved
He was like,
within a specific period
why
of
you
time.
draw everything so
At its
thin?
conclusion, players would then face off against Chronodia, a devilish super boss that would
So
have its
small.
strength determined by how many blue and red seals the player had obtained
And
throughout the course of the dungeon.
I
Sales
started
would not end up being as strong as Dawn of Souls, with only
getting everything,
140,000
making everything a
copies
little
shipped throughout
thicker,
its lifetime in
a
Japan,
little bigger,
but it would end up
and
as a PlayStation
slowly
essential, denoting that over
became
400,000
what it is
copies
now.
have been sold worldwide. Following the release of the 20th
My bad.
anniversary edition, Square Enix would continue to port this version to other
Rude.
platforms, including mobile
Just kidding.
devices and the Nintendo eShop, where stereoscopic 3D graphics were added. Due to
He's
how
also
well
the one who
20th
pushed me to
anniversary
stream
edition
too,
performed,
so
it wouldn't be another 14 years until the game would see a meaningful re-release, and this was produced for a
the only
very
thing that's
specific
hard about
reason.
putting like
Over the
powders
years,
on
Square
popcorn
Enix
is
has
that they
treated
never
each of
stick.
the 8-bit and 16-bit Final Fantasy games as
Aren't you supposed to use
isolated
like a little bit of
entities.
oil or something?
I have
By
no
taking this
idea.
approach, even though the original games were quite consistent with how they looked and
I know when
played
you hit
across
popcorn
the
with the
Famicom
liquid, it
and
starts to
Super
dissolve,
Famicom,
so I wasn't
on
sure.
modern
I
systems,
think you're supposed to like
huge
put
disparities have
use
been
oil
detected.
and not like
The Pixel Remastered series
water-based
was meant to
anything, I
address
think.
So if I put like a
taking
little
each
drizzle of
individual
olive
game
oil in
back
here
to
right
its
now and I
roots,
kind of mix
but
it, it should be
layering over
good.
consistent audio and visual presentation
I want to
elements.
say
To oversee this, Square Enix assigned Yoshinori Kitase, Kazuko Shibuya, and Noboru Uematsu, with Shibuya even going back to fulfill the same role she did on the original game by serving as lead pixel artist. There would still be numerous quality of life adjustments made to gameplay, but one of the most crucial elements was that this version of Final Fantasy would be a modern version
Pickle
of the
juice,
original
really?
game, as opposed to being a port of either the Dawn of Souls or the 20th anniversary edition. And for that reason, quite a few of the new cutscenes would be removed alongside all of the bonus dungeons and bosses. Despite having the focus being
We have to
around
do
ease
some
of
homework on
access
it.
and consistency of experience, Square Enix chose to only release the Pixel remasters on Steam and mobile devices. It would take a further 2 years for them to be released on home consoles. Alongside the various re-releases of the original Final Fantasy, Square Enix decided to go against the original mantra of only having supplemental experiences produced in a non-video game format. It would see new video games produced
Arrow.
that would serve as extensions of the story scene within Final Fantasy, meant to enrich and entertain those who wanted to see and learn more about that specific world. The first of these games would be Dissidia Final Fantasy.
I don't
In its
know if I
initial
have a
stages,
lot of the
Dissidia was intended to be a
old
fighting game
art
focused around
that he
Kingdom
originally
Hearts.
saw.
However, after progressing
But
to the initial
I've
canon,
shown it
the team felt it would not be in keeping
before.
to
I have
Disney
sketchbooks
characters
that I need to
fighting
take
against
pictures
one
of.
another. It would make
There's
sense,
like a
however,
channel in
for
Discord
Final
where she has a
Fantasy
bunch of her old
characters.
stuff posted. You can see the progress too.
Would be to create a game where prominent Final
I
Fantasy
haven't actually
protagonists
posted
and
anything in there
antagonists
yet.
from across the franchise
Oh.
would come together and fight against
I need
each
to.
other. But to
They're
ensure
all
this
sitting
made
on the
sense from a
table out
narrative
there,
perspective,
so I can do
the
that.
team went all the way back to the original Final Fantasy. Kind of. When Dawn of Souls was released, it included a small reference to a brand new character called Cid of the Lufane. This retcon was made to
Yeah,
ensure
it's
every
Ishtola.
mainline entry into the franchise adhered to the trope of there always being a character called Cid. And due to Cid of the Lufane not actually appearing in the game, as he was instead mentioned by an NPC, it provided a unique opportunity for expansion. When conceptualizing the story for Dissidia, the scenario team thought it would be interesting to take the story of Cid further, and this decision would lead to the creation of a brand new universe and a new iteration of Chaos. Dissidia would also introduce a wholly original version of the Warrior of Light. As the Warrior of Light was more of a broad concept within the original game as opposed to a specific defined character, this presented a small problem for the development team as to who the protagonist should be from the original game. To work around this, the development team decided to create a brand new character who will be based on Yoshitaka Amano's original concept art for the Knight class. The Warrior of Light, as created for Dissidia, would then appear in another property that would have an unorthodox connection to the original Final Fantasy. This property would be called Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin, and it would serve as an alternative universe
Yay,
prequel
Stranger of
where players
Paradise.
would take on the role of Garland, the main
Ooh,
antagonist
this
from
popcorn
the original game.
definitely doesn't have butter on
Beyond
it
these
though.
two properties, others would also exist
Popcorn's
with a
dry.
connection to Final Fantasy. Mobius, for
Damn.
example, would feature many of the same characters and plot concepts, albeit with a modern twist. It would see the Warrior of Light, affectionately named Wol, and a quest to defeat
Yeah, I'm looking
Chaos.
for some stuff.
But that would only be the start of that particular journey. Final Fantasy The Four Heroes of Light would also reuse
I have
many of
some
the same concepts.
really old stuff. When
And
is
that
this?
so many games have
2010?
been able to expand and elaborate on the story in such a manner is a testament to the work done by Sakaguchi, Terada, and the rest of the team all
This
those
is,
years ago, in spite of the
I think I
restrictions
redrew
of
this
Sony.
at some point, but I never finished it.
It goes without saying that Final Fantasy is and was a special game. Arriving in 1987 as a challenger
pretty
to the
old.
established Dragon Quest franchise, its success would not only convince Sakaguchi to stay within the video games industry, it would change the fate of the entire company and the lives of the many people who worked there. Square would go on to become one of the biggest video game companies in the world, and Final Fantasy would end up
Yeah,
becoming
11,
the preeminent
7,
role-playing
10.
franchise. And the likes of Sakaguchi, Uematsu, and Amano would go on to become household names in Japan,
Can't believe I
recognized for their
drew this
incredible
13 years ago.
contributions. But none of that would have been possible without a bullish dream that epitomized what Final
Still
Fantasy
pretty good.
would grow to
Oh
become.
no.
A franchise that
This
challenged
leg
the
is
status quo through innovation,
very awful. These
dedication,
guns are
and
terrible.
commitment, and daring
No,
to
I know
do
what I'm talking about.
others could not.
I know what I'm
or
talking
wouldn't.
about.
No, you don't.
Before closing out this
Sure.
video, I'd like to give a big thank you to our Patreon supporters for helping to fund its creation. To put it simply, without their support,
I also drew it
Product Historia
in,
would not be able to
72
exist in
DPI.
this kind of format.
The-
We've used the money collected.
Yeah.
on
Oh, we
Patreon
ain't printing that
to
shit.
pay for the external support needed to edit this video to such a
I would
high
never.
quality. But Patreon supporters have also been at the very heart of the process, shaping the documentary by using their exclusive voting rights to decide the content each chapter would contain.
But yeah,
If you would
my
like to
my
help make the
sketchbooks.
next episode of Project Historia
There's a
to focus on Final Fantasy
there's a
II
lot
even bigger
in
and
those.
better, then please do consider supporting us on Patreon at patreon.com/FFunion.
I intend on posting that stuff to Discord,
Stepping up
our
and helping
Discord.
out. We've been working together for some time on the channel, but producing this kind of video is a whole different beast, and I think the results speak for themselves. John Oath and TPR also deserve special thanks for allowing us to use their musical arrangements throughout this video and our channel in general. If you enjoyed the Final Fantasy arrangements you've heard throughout, then please check out TPR and John on Spotify. And lastly, I'd like to thank you all, our amazing community. Whether it's liking,
1 sec.
sharing, commenting, or watching these videos, you continue to show up and make producing videos like this worthwhile. These long-form endeavors are always a huge risk, as they take such a long period of time to research, write, edit, and produce. But it's the direction we want to take the channel in, and we hope this kind of content continues to deliver on your expectations.
My oldest sketchbook dates back to 2003. So,
2003.
yep. Isn't that wild?
2003, when there was no Wii.
I mean, I guess you could put it that way.
I was trying to rhyme it.
Oh, that's what you were doing?
I couldn't think of any other way to rhyme it, because it was just like... I couldn't think of any other way to rhyme it.
Really, Raid? Oh, sorry, there's 2 raids. How am I supposed to, I don't want a full name Raid, because it just seems like I'm being mean. What do I think changed? Everything?
Time, effort, financial support.
Yeah.
If you want to be a full-time artist, it is a Baroque-ass life.
Who's the real Raid?
You better find, You better find a right proper simp to help support.
Wow. That raid's been here longer. Sorry, he has seniority.
Raid was like, oh, you want to find out?
When's
That's
my
what this
birthday?
is, huh?
I don't know.
You trying to find out right now, huh? I'm sure you'll probably survive the ordeal.
Probably. Maybe. Don't check. I like that video though. There's a lot of stuff in it that I didn't really know about when we were watching it initially.
Yeah, a lot of interesting intel. The most curious thing for me was the clearing up of the why they called it Final Fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
But it's always to get way too deep for, you know, just video game talk. It's always inspirational for me to see, you know, these people working on some shit, and they're like, we're just gonna put this game out, we're gonna see what happens. Like, it's just gonna be what it is. And they did the best they could, and they came up with some cool concepts, made it work, made it happen, got it out there, and it just took off. Sometimes you just gotta keep shooting, and something will stick eventually. And in this case, it spawned, you know, an entire franchise, millions of fans over, blah blah blah, so on and so forth.
This will be my first post in there since I grabbed that book. You're shooting them both. Dry popcorn is attacking me. Oh, okay. There y'all go. That's from 2003.
Been so long since I've seen that picture that I don't even know if I've ever seen that one before.
You did. It's in my little sketchbook.
Don't even remember.
It's like the second, no, sorry, the fourth page in here.
Yeah. It's been so long since I looked at
We
it.
looked at him recently.
I don't remember that at all. Not that one. Not that picture.
You were looking in here with me.
Was I, or were you looking through it and I just kind of was?
Nope,
sitting
we
there?
were looking at it together because you made comments on stuff.
Then like I said, don't remember.
You looked at the picture that I drew that's Tifa wearing Cloud's outfit in the same book.
I don't remember that either.
You were the one who pointed it out and was like, oh, that would be good, you should redo that one.
Nobody likes Tifa.
You're right.
Aerith is best girl.
You don't remember this?
I honestly don't.
You-
Right now,
You-
I'm so tired and short-circuited at the moment. I don't remember shit apparently.
I know. I'm like, you looked through it with me together. You found it, and you were like, here. And we sat on the couch and looked through it together.
Probably. I'm just tired. I don't recall right now. It's take an hour to
How did it go?
get out the door by 8.
Making stuff bigger? I don't know. You tell me. How did it go?
Am likely.
Oh, you got a scam likely?
All the way from Cali, bitch. Area code 209. Where the fuck that means?
That is a weird area code.
Apparently, I might have to run into town with Papa Oni. I guess he needs to go pick something up.
Oh, what do you have to go pick up?
I have no idea.
Oh, he just said.
He said that he has a pickup at Walmart, and he needs to go in the next 4 days.
Okay.
I'm like, what is it? We can run and get it.
So I guess instead of him coming over here at 4, you'll go get him?
Guess so.
How did you... I know you said somehow, but what did you do, Mithril? It took a long time to make it look easy. It's just a lot of practice. Anybody can do it.
Doesn't happen overnight. You gotta put in the blood, sweat, and tears.
I mean, yeah, you shouldn't fist a toaster.
Now I've been horny, but not ever that damn horny. That's a new level. That's a wow.
For the toaster? Or for the art? Because I want more details about the toaster. Is that why when I popped into Shun's stream on Saturday for a second, I saw you say that you'd never trust a toaster again? Or did something happen in the observation, whatever the crap it's called, game? Hmm. That would be the way to go. That's how you would burn yourself. Wow. Oh, that's enough popcorn. Gotta wash that down in a second. Wow.
I apologize for buying it.
I like the popcorn. I just forgot that it had nothing on it. I was not expecting.
Yeah, I grabbed the lighter numbers one.
I just wasn't expecting the dryness, and I was like, oh, oh.
Oh, oh, oh.
But I don't know what else to say with the art thing. I don't know, just you gotta just keep working at it. I linked that perspective tutorial stuff earlier.
It's just like schooling. You have to study. You have to apply yourself. You just got to stick to it. Keep at it. Watch videos. Look at art books. Buy art books.
Yeah, I love art books.
Absorb as much knowledge as you can.
You can find digital versions, but you can also go get the hard copies, and I have a bunch of hard copies. There's lots of information out there. Yeah, I had a feeling that you weren't swapped to that. I had it prioritizing performance. After the first thing I did, I was like, boop, done. And it looks great. I wonder if I even will notice a difference if I swapped it to graphics over performance.
It's probably so minute. What you do is just push the graphics when you want to take screenshots.
I mean, yeah.
I do find it odd that they have that as a setting if the PlayStation can't handle it, though. It's interesting.
You notice? What is the difference then? Like how different does it look to you?
It would seem that our Dockies are on their way to Alaska?
Why are they in Alaska?
Out of just wherever you can to get it stateside, I suppose, because it's in Anchorage now. Or it's heading to Anchorage, excuse me.
High perception IQ. What does that even mean? Keep Eskimos warm.
I was about to say, does IQ apply to high perception?
I don't think so. It's just
'Cause,
intelligence.
yeah, IQ literally stands for intelligence quotient. So how does that apply to perception? So I'm not sure. Unless you're just trying to say that you, like, visually you can tell when things are different to a high degree, but I don't think IQ is the right way to describe that. Also, Rage, jokes on them. It's two-way tricop material. That shit gonna keep you cold.
I know, right?
Stick a heater in your docky. Sounded kind of weird.
Oh, so you mean Nana from Ice Climbers? Gotcha.
That would be a fun docky, wouldn't it?
Raid's like, I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, there you go, Magic. You're not wrong, brother.
But May's not an Eskimo.
Yeah, but she got like the Eskimo type jacket and stuff like that.
My Googling, because I was curious, because I'm like, I've never literally heard that in my life, and what they are telling me visual perception IQ is the ability to accurately identify and interpret visual information in order to trigger a desired action. I don't know how that relates to seeing the difference in graphics stuff. I'm not quite sure I understand.
I mean, I believe it in the sense that sometimes with like music, I'll hear things that you'll be like, I don't hear that. And I'll point it out to you and you'll go, oh yeah, I do kind of hear it. Like I'm just more sensitive to it. So maybe it's more of he's just visually more sensitive to the differences. Now, some people like look at a TV and they look at another TV, but they look exactly the same. But you'll be like, no, these are totally different. Like this TV obviously looks better than that TV. Like obviously.
I just don't understand why they would call it IQ. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it is weird that they would call it. But, you know, sciencey things. Maybe they just wanted to use
It's
a
okay
familiar
though, it's
term.
not EQ, so that's the important
Yeah,
part.
Ooh, that was a rough video. That was a rough video.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't. Oh. Doorbell. Burb. X-rays for what? But I'll be right back a little longer. As Oni's dad showed up 20 minutes early. So yeah, I'm not like, publicly presentable to the world, so I gotta be right back. sorry, thanks for the follow, and yeah. Showed up 20 minutes early, and they were doing some stuff, so I was like, yeah. But now they're putting the grill slash smoker together, and that supposedly is going to take a good couple hours. So, Elephant, watch out! Come over here, Elephant. I gotta move my chair. Come on, puppy. Come over. Okay, come here. Come. My chair forward. That was. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, they're out there putting it together now. I think he said when he looked up some information on it, there was somebody that was like, it took us 3 hours to put it together. Oh. My glove is being weird. Back on. Open. Thanks for the resub. I know, right? like her nose is still. I feel like it's too high. It's tilted. Like it's a lower perspective looking up that way. But her head's also tilting that way while you're looking. I find that noses are one of the harder things to draw from time to time. They're out there working and Elephant is harassing from the inside. Elephant! Sit down! They're out there working, don't bark at them. Tried to get him to go out with them, but he ran right back inside. No, he doesn't. He just wants to be in the way. Yeah. Just like a good supervisor does. Be in the way. Okay. I only wanted to turn that one down. Higher. Oh yeah? What is it? I mean, you don't need the sheet. You just, like, figure it out and just give them a number. Depending on the complexity and all that other stuff, you know? You're comfortable with drawing it, how hard it is. That's also a question, too. Trying to figure out how I want to do this. Yeah, you should really put something together. Even if it's, like, not a lot. nose is feeling a little stuffy. Ugh, stop. like maybe her head's a little too big. I know she's leaning forward. Maybe it's the chin. Because you'd see more of the top of the head with her tilting. Probably have too much chin in the too much chin on her. You look stupid! Ah! Elephant. All quiet. Then he strikes. Elephant. Elephant. Stop. Come here. Come here. Stop. Stop. No. Stop. No. Stop. Good. Stop. Bad puppy. Babe. Ow. Trying to discipline the puppy, and you are being rude. You is rude. I'll give him a treat later. He don't get one right now. Yes, the puffy puppy. Rude.
That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
No, you're a Jill sandwich. Yeah, so business as usual. I like face. Not the eyes. Oh, please. We'll see you later.
I'm about my dough, and I need it in my hand.
Friendly cheesemongers. Okay, I think this is looking better. It wasn't really convincing though, was it? But I'm still confused. No elephant. You're already sold. I just don't feel like I convinced myself. I was like, yeah, this looks better. Trying to get these eyelashes. Well, the eyes in general. Up a little bit. I hope to be able to do this on my tablet. So far, struggling. The learning curve. I even have been using my 30-day trial of Clip. I was saying earlier, I was trying to work on something for Penny for this month, and just everything that I've tried sketching is just like hasn't been working. I think maybe it's just because learning curve using the tablet, because it doesn't feel the same. I need to look at all my settings and stuff, try to convert them over. Specifically like my pressure settings. Let me take a screenshot of that actually real fast. I'm thinking about it. The pressure feels different, and I messed with the settings, but it didn't feel like it didn't really feel like when I changed them that they really were better. The lines were still coming out really thin compared to on here. What are they doing out there? Hearing the door opening. Probably go check on them. Ah, there's my. And I expect there to be a learning curve, because there's a learning curve learning digital in general. Different between the two. I expected as much, but feeling some type of way, and I'm hoping I get acclimated to it much sooner than, because I really have a lot of stuff to work on, catch up on. That. Wow, you just come back, start choking out Super Turbo? Okay, bye nerd. Gotta get him before it gets yeah. Before I do that, I'm gonna go check and see why they keep opening and closing the door. I'll be right back. See, make sure they're doing okay out there. Are you getting x-rayed? Oh man, I hate it when that happens. They're apparently looking for a wrench earlier, which is why they kept running through the house. Yes. Through all the snakes. Damn foot snakes are at it again. Hot Lamia moms in your in your area. Elephant, you're okay. Not into parasocial. Hot snake milfs in your area? Apparently. Parrot chase. Foot lamia. If it's a snake lady, but instead of the tip of the tail, it's a foot. 1 foot. I'm going smilf hunting. I can't even say it with a straight face. peel this. Whoa. I mean, that depends on the person, doesn't it? Monsterist. make any sense. It varies from person to person, like anything else. Mia, sweet, innocent. Okay. Uh-huh. I don't know why you're making that face, because you're the one who said that. And we all know that Mia is not sweet and innocent. She's nice, yes. She ain't innocent. I have read and watched Master Musume, I know. We surveyed 100 Lamias in this area. And we asked them this question. These are the answers they came up with. Snakeville. Now, do you think they let you into Snakeville? Something tells me they wouldn't. Something tells me that they're not big on, like, outsiders. Strangers. The Year of the Snake? sliding down in my seat. Okay, but boy. Elephant. Ugh. I just slowly like slide in my chair till I'm basically like sitting on my tailbone. And then it hurts. Erase this. just realized it's 550. Let me check to see if the sticker got dropped off yet. Oh, it has. Okay. Because it was like between 4 and 6. Time is basically up, so I'm gonna go grab that. Be right back. Probably not leave it right there. Okay. it's nice and spicy outside. By nice and spicy, I mean, Currently, starting on Wednesday, it's gonna be 105 for next, like, week. Yeah, it's gonna be in the 100. Oh gosh. Don't go outside! Don't go outside! Never go outside again, ever. Heat index values 105 to 112 degrees expected. It says until Wednesday, but then it's like gonna be hot starting Wednesday. What the heck? Bruh. We really gotta get the chickens some other method of cooling down, cause goodness gracious. All the way until the 24th, it's like 100 plus. Supposedly it's gonna rain tomorrow at 24% chance, but y'all know it's just gonna be steam. It just, as soon as it comes out the clouds, Thank you, elephant. That at night. Okay, elephant, you're in my way. But the thing is all put together. Oh, what'd you get? We're gonna do a test run to make sure it heats up and everything, but he said he wants to wait until Wednesday, which is gonna be even hotter outside, but I'll be, I guess. Oh, that. I didn't ever really got the silly hype behind that whole. I think adding a little more to the eyelashes kind of helped there. What's up? Again. Hello. This is true. Okay. Get out of here, nerd. You're the one that said goodbye. Booey. Pooh. No. Gotta fix this hand because it looks like a crime. Go on, get. Oh yes. Notice that your connection seems to have been decent. Really, you're lagging pretty bad. You don't want to talk about it? What did you have to do to get it to? Oh. Hands but habits. Habits. Ow. Elephant. Get him? Go get him. Go out there and get him. Get him. Elephant's bugging me. Give me a second. Hello, hello. Okay. I had to go throw a toy out into the other room to get him to leave me. Oh no, he came back! You weren't supposed to come back! You were supposed to stay out there with them! You were supposed to stay! Where's your toy? I think Elephant just wants to fight. Bet I'm not left-handed, otherwise I could keep drawing while fighting with him. But I am not. Pulling the duck toy. He's got the tug of war going like something fierce. Look at it. One. On my hand. That needs like that. For the follow. Fingy at Knuckles. apparently there's something called what was it? Vintage Expo, I think. What did he send me earlier? Time Traveler Vintage Expo this weekend, and Oni wants to go and check it out and see if we get any ideas for like other merch. Dad had sent it to us, and like get a good idea on like doing retro anime style stuff. Then I was like, oh yeah, a lot of people do that, and he was like, oh, I thought it was a new idea. Like $10 to get in, I think. Seems like it might be fun. I forgot to tell them. I was trying to look at some stuff for it. I read that the places find if it's supposed to be like 105 out on Saturday, it's gonna be fun. And by fun I mean not at all. I think this hand looks. Okay. Cola outfit. You thought I was done? I'm just beginning! Kind of. Sort of. I had to fix a lot of stuff, okay? Don't be mad at me. That down. limeade, like sugar free? So not sugar free. It's on her shoulder, right? Yeah. I don't think this is shoulder. Oh, that's good. Really, elephant? We get like when we go to Brahms, they have a diet limeade, and it's basically without the syrup, so it's bubbly water and limes, and that's it. For a while, we were buying limes and doing it ourselves. I mean, it's not hard or anything, but we ended up like not using them as often as we thought. So it went bad before we actually used them. Ooh, you got a lime tree, huh? If I had a lime tree, I would definitely not worry about it. We can't have avocados, sadly. They don't grow like that out here. It's not the right climate for it. It gets too cold. I'd love to have an avocado tree. Oh, okay. We were ready. We were thinking, oh yeah, we'll be able to do that. I was reading that, like, certain zones, you can totally do that, but it seemed like our area was okay, but we were reading, like, it's kind of... Hi, elephant. Oni came in and was talking to me about dinner. He just his dad just left, and then he put the leftovers on to reheat, and now he's gonna go take a shower because he's super sweaty, super gross from being outside and putting that grill / smoker. You're gonna have to figure out who to sue, because I don't know what company that was. I've already long since lost their flyer. Yeah, I saw you were streaming it. I was like, huh? Gears of War, huh? Good luck with that. Work massage, oh no. The game has updates? Yeah, I think that might be QPQP, so you might have to go check in with Queso. I'll let him know when he gets back. Oh, it's like not just orcs? Oh. I was under the impression that it was literally just for the orc. I think it's a dude, right? I'm following you now. Tony was also saying to me, because he asked me my progress on this, and he was like, we're just doing bunny suits from now on. These stickers, they're all going to be bunny suits. You're okay with that? And I did make sure that this was its own layer. Your wallet feels heavy. Do I need to help lighten it for you? Get that strain off your body whenever you pick it up? Don't worry, y'all. I'm here to make your wallet feel lighter. I'll help ease the burden. Elephant, why'd you bump my foot? Who takes your money? Well, I'll be pausing Patreon for August, unfortunately. So I should be able to really start getting caught up on stuff during August. But since August is our crazy month coming up, I won't have time to really work on anything Patreon related, but I will have my tablet and I can try to get commissions done. Closed door. Fan in the door, working together, try to close the door on me so none of the cool air comes in here. I mean, you'll be busy around then, but not the whole month. But I wouldn't be like streaming. No, I want cool air. The door and the fan are working against me because they're trying to close the door. Because whenever the fan or whenever the door gets like to a certain point where it starts to close, the fan and the door, for whatever reason, work some way, and the door will close, and then I don't get any nice cool air from the fan. So I have to like make sure it stays open to a certain point so I get the air that keeps me sane. Out a little bit. I mean, I'm not sure what stabbing the door will do, but you know, the shot, I guess? Comes down a little. Oh. Hey, Queso, somebody here wants to, sue higher powers, and, they need somebody's help. And I recommended you for those big-time lawyer cases. Think you can take it on? You'll take the case? It wants me to log in. I can't log in right now. Hear that, Nappa? He's on. He'll take the case. He's on the case. I don't like this. Get all these lines and then. What? Damn, what? Wow. Anytime, just not on stream. The only thing on me that moves is my hair. Whoa. I don't see why not. Our grill smoker combo. Ooh, that would be cool. Because of your goofiness? Can she read the chat? Someone with a laser. That's a good question, right? Yeah, a frickin' laser engraver. Frickin' frickum. Yeah, Etsy is probably where you're gonna that kind of stuff. All the stitching merged. I'd say we could try engraving it ourselves, like, into the actual grill, but I have zero experience in that game. I'm gonna cricket you. Exactly, elephant. It's only 7:22. Whoa, you gonna get there super early. Elephant, calm down. Dog. Speaking of dog and dig, what are you doing, elephant? Why are you sitting on the bed like that? Put it down, puppy. Don't be a weirdo, just like... Thank you. Likes to dig in the corners of his bed. That crazy dog. I am the dog. Embroidery? Oh no, it's ruffled. Help, 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 help. Thanks for the raid! Salt alert, indeed. It's like life alert, except, bad for you. Hello, what's up, y'all? What's going on? I think you were playing... said you were going to play 16 on hard mode? Every senior citizen needs salt alert. You know, to some degree, yes. But I know that they're not gonna have too much salt in their food. Yeah, I kept thinking I should have put the game on hard initially. It is definitely not Final Fantasy Dark Souls edition. Or do you mean in general, or do you mean the game on hard mode? You don't get hard until you beat the game? I thought there was a harder difficulty, or was it just easy and normal? I thought you got the ability to put it on hard mode initially. Close the picture of boots. Go into my history. Go on, get. Download. Brave newish. No, don't look at that stuff. Okay, fine. Load all of them. Complete. I need this one. Got a real good look at it this time. Supposed that. So much a tassel is just a big old piece of cloth.
It's strapping something down or something?
Oh! I didn't realize you came back into Discord.
I technically never left
Technically, yes. But I meant you yourself.
Yeah, I put my headset on.
What do you feel like doing since you're done earlier than you...
This is about what I thought I'd be done, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But what I need to do is get some shipping labels together.
Oh yeah, that's
actually.
right.
That's what he needs to do.
Well, should I keep working on this, or should I stop and go play a game, or... I was like,
that's entirely
I was
up to
saying
you.
there'd be no game stream today, but it's only 7:30, but I do need
If you feel like you want to keep working on it, then
I probably should. I can smell the food in the crock pot, pressure cooker.
what's up, Dragon Blaze? What's good, bro? How you living, man?
Like, you need to eat right now.
You guys should stop and get that damn thing to work.
But what?
See if I can get that label thing to
Oh,
work.
the label maker? Label printer?
Yeah.
Thermal printer? Paper?
Whatever the damn
Pickle
thing's called.
peppers?
Pickle pepper punches nose in. Violence.
Give this a nice thick outline. Regular.
I'm gonna send you a link. Does this shit work for you?
Send me a link?
Yeah, click that
Just a
on
second.
Discord. Oh. No.
Tinnitus attack!
Yee!
Alright, Tinnitus, I'll go look. I'll click on the link.
About time you learned.
No, stop. What would we get with that? It's only 10. $9. Is that even a good deal?
Yeah, just about. Pretty solid just cause I upped it up to 4 inches. I just ordered a couple more puros.
It's not a random link, it's a link from him. I trust him. He's not been possessed by a bot.
That'd be wild, right? I'm standing right in front of you and everything, and I still got possessed by a bot?
Right?
Burp. And that's just how I feel.
And his pet ice cube.
No, I have a pet elephant.
No, Onibot and his pet ice cube.
Oh.
Oh, it's because he was listening. Sun is a robot, after all.
After all, robot, 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 robot. What the hell is this noise this thing is making?
Yeah, I was like, what is that? Is that the thermal printer?
Yeah, that's what that is.
Sounded like it was singing.
After all, that you're coming. After all, sa-do-ba-de-doo-doo, we are human. Sa-do-ba-de-boo-doo. After all, sa-do-ba.
That reads like it's factually correct. I think you're confused, Shunbot. Exactly what a
looking at it,
Shunbot would be programmed to say.
Dun dun, got him. Had to do it to him. Okay.
What are you doing with your gremlin hours right now, Shun? Sorry, your Windeho hours.
coming. After all. Oh, okay, so I guess that goes like that. Okay.
Maid outfit.
The problem is I don't know what direction this is supposed to load in.
That's what she said. Wait, what?
Damn. Damn. Oh, a construction booklet. Awesome. Okay. Fuck, I'm gonna have to read.
I
Wow.
chuckle when I remember that my coins aren't moist. It's my dry sense of humor.
Wow.
Thanks for the sense. I mean bits.
Oh, this thing like opens up. Oh, look at that shit.
I assumed it was.
Oh, shit, man. Paper out button.
Paper out. Paper out. Paper out. Because of the brush I use, I can't just bucket a quarter in, so this. Make these outlines bigger, I mean.
Oh, I forgot Interworld put out a new song.
Huh? What did you say?
This song I've been listening to too much. The guy that made it, guy or girl, whoever the fuck, the thing that made it, put out the new song.
Oh, I see. Fun and run, fun and run.
The bits pun and run.
Yep. Okay. Bye bye.
We'll catch you later.
Pipe bomb.
Oh, Matic.
You accidentally fell asleep? For how long? for an hour. Why do you feel icky? Nope, me liver. Mine are for me. Mine is, not R. You only have... You know what I mean? No, that's not what I... No, that's not what I meant. I was saying mine are my own. And I meant... That I meant to say is, not are, because I only have one. Last I heard about, you know. I can give you some kidney beans.
Why are you asking her for her kidney? She's not allowed to give her kidney away because I own her kidney. You have to ask me, and if you want my kidney, you gotta ask her. And if you think for a second, I'm giving up any of my Yuki, you've lost your
He's
damn
not allowed
mind.
to be inside anybody else, so... Really? No comment to that? I'm disappointed in you. I was expecting Oni to have a comment and he didn't say anything.
Alright, I got up to plug this damn thing in to see.
Oh. feathery bits. Come from? Does her head seem too big? Or does it seem fine?
Come on. Does her head seem too big?
Yeah, I mean, anybody.
It looks fine to me.
Okay. What do y'all think? Because I'm having a hard time deciding. It looks fine? It looks fine? I'm crazy? Okay, gotcha. You're a rounding error. Okay, cool. Thanks, y'all. I've been staring at it for so long that I wasn't sure. I just needed y'all's opinion. I feel like they're supposed to be very close on her. I feel like this piece is too far. I mean, you're cheese, aren't you? Cheese is typically round. Yeah.
Alright, I gotta unplug my headset for just a second, so 2 seconds, y'all.
Raid's counting. Did it print? Is it good? Why are you laughing? Oh, you print. I'm gonna take a picture of it for your test. Thermal printer test. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Thermal paper. Already ate, and I realized that I need to go get some food, so I'll be back in a bit. A sticker. picture switch to your Discord one for a second. Finishing up the last little bit of my dinner. He made us grilled cheese sandwiches to go with all the other leftovers we have. That's up to you. Fix this.
I'm alive.
Yay. What brand was thermal? Oh, that's right. Queso was saying something about the paper, because it's a picture of Toga earlier. It's something about his breath. I was like, I didn't respond. Comer. He said Queso said he has a ton of experience programming those ones specifically. Whoa! Making your brain extra toasty? What are you doing? Oh, using your brain is making your brain toasty?
Okay.
I don't think anybody uses a lot of their brain. I don't think that's how that works.
I'm always using my full brain power. That's why I can't sleep at night.
Really, I thought that was just the horny.
That's like 35% of it as well, yeah. If you would like get out of my brain, do me a favor.
Ultimate Hustler Onion.
Well, Street Fighter, bro, we ain't even put it in the damn system yet. Oh, that's because we're going to do after 16. Yeah,
Yep.
oh, after 16.
Yep. Fix this. This version.
You already know, bro. You already know. I'm about to get your Chun-Li cup packed up, too. What else you want, dog? What else you want? I'll send you something.
You're packing his pin up right now?
Did you get the new charms, Demon? Did you get... You got the big...
I don't remember.
You got the big Darkstalker ones, but you didn't get the Street Fighter small charms, right? Gotta see if I got a box for that cup. Be right back.
You want a box? I thought we had boxes. Oh, that kind of box. Sorry, I thought.
Chun-Li, right?
Yes. Thought he meant the box, as in the box the cup goes into itself. I was like, Anon or Rainbow Mika. I don't have either of those. You're just gonna have to settle for like Cammy and stuff. Yeah, everything that is already in cup form too. For a Rainbow Mika and Manon, what? That wasn't so hard. Too much. Uh-huh. Pretty suspicious. Uh-huh. Don't. Doing some grappling. Wow. Good old-fashioned sportsmanship? I don't think that's what they call that. Right? Saints. Oh shit, that's hot. Rainbow Mika and Manon, grappling. Please. Please.
Okay, I'm back.
He back.
I got a confession to make.
He got a confession to make. Is it about the grappling?
No. I've been thinking about that video we watched, that last Ab and Preach video. And how they were saying that if you're posting stuff on Twitter and stuff that's like, oh, I love you, blah, 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 stupid shit, that it's cringe. And I'm like, damn, am I cringe? Am I cringe as fuck?
Uh-huh. Are you asking that, or are you...
I'm asking that. That's what's been in my mind this whole time. I'm like, damn, I think I'm cringe as fuck.
We
Am I
cringe
posting stupid
together!
shit?
If that's the case, we cringe together.
Posting shit on Twitter like, yo, Yuki, please let me lick your toes, and, you know, crazy shit.
Metroid, nobody is as cringe as you.
He is my apprentice, so you're doing good.
Yeah, but he's more cringe than you.
He has surpassed the master in all ways.
Yes. As far as...
Some bitch.
as far as the power of cringe is concerned.
Excellent work, my apprentice. You think so, Raid? Because like, make no mistake, like the shit that I post online, I tell Yuki in real life all the time. It's not like I only post it on Twitter. And quite frankly, it sure as hell isn't for clout because basically Yuki and everybody here almost sees it. So do not kill the part of you that is cringe, my apprentice. Kill the part of you that cringes. And when they look at you and they're like, why are you like that? Be like, you don't know the power of the cringe side.
Have to color her tail.
Unlimited cringe. Mr. Kix Demon. I don't understand why the post office shipping rate should be fluctuating fucking whim.
Gas prices?
You know? You know?
That's the only thing I got.
You might be on to something there. But if the gas is going down right now, what the fuck?
Not that racetrack. We went to HEB and it was like $2.97. But we passed that racetrack, that bitch said $3.27. I was like, excuse me?
Damn, son.
Where can you get your gas that cheap? $3.48. $2.97 or whatever it was is even better. It always goes back to the 290s for a little bit down here, and then it jumps right back up. California isn't real.
The guy from Kauai who ordered the prints, what PayPal did you send?
The business one. Why?
I'm trying to find his name, that's all.
It was his email. That's what you gave me?
The PayPal didn't have a name on it?
It probably does. Do you not see it at all?
I'm trying to log in.
Oh, because it's like the first thing that's on there.
I'm trying to log into it.
Why trying?
Because I'm trying to do like print things and log in and the whole night.
His is third on the list of recent activity. What? Do you not see it?
I have to use my. Let me get this.
Don't ship your toll booths with them? What? What? Whoa, a wild Spolin has appeared.
Hey, what's up, Spolin?
I never got around to doing what I was supposed to do, but I'm gonna ask you this one time. Spolin, did you ever figure out what you wanted from your prize that you won with the prince?
I don't remember the past.
One sec. I believe it was 4, right? It was 4, right? Oni?
Was it 4 or was it 3?
I thought it was a set of 4, but I could be mistaken.
Right, because I do have 8.5 by 11 paper. Right, yes.
It can be 4 different ones, or one printed on 4 different sizes. When you look at them, Queso, and you go, love you guys, but the gas is cheaper over here. See ya! Not really, but...
I hadn't looked at your picture for a minute. I looked up and I saw the lips and was like, what the fuck happened?
What do you mean, what happened?
I was like, oh shit. What happened? Oh, God.
Where am I?
Oh God. What? I need a new pair of underwear.
Whoa.
I think when he said move somewhere else, Queso, what he meant was move you and your family somewhere else. just scoop them all up. You're like, nah, bro. 1 year of not paying $6 a gallon will pay for the house. Don't worry about it. It's that bad, okay? Fuck it. A toll booth every 2 miles? Not even, bro. Not even. Nah, not even. Nice try, though.
Yeah, there's tolls, but not like that many.
And you can avoid them. It just takes a little longer. You just have to decide. You just have to decide whether it's worth your time or not. And let me tell you, sometimes it's very convenient.
Plus, they're not like terribly expensive, whereas there are places that have like a few toll roads, but they're like $10.
Yeah, if I do take the toll road, it'll be like
$2-3.
$2-3 at the most, just to get. But it'll save like 45 minutes of your life.
What? Can we have some? Try to stretch it. For social media stuff? What social media stuff? I know where I live. I know how many tolls are there. It sincerely depends on where you're going and what roads you're taking and everything, because there's not that many like that. There's a good chunk, but it's not every 2 miles. You guys have toll roads disabled on the map. What conventions you go to on Sunday?
Nah, I got a song for you, Apprentice. I don't know why, but this fucking music of late, it should be hitting, bro. It makes me feel like I need to go fucking flex and lift something.
Is it Pokefest or Pokefest? Pokefest? Like,
Yeah, look.
like you're gonna touch somebody with your fingy? Oh, Pokemon.
Did you see any Low Punny cosplayers that you hit on? Did you walk up to her and go, "Hey girl, how you like your eggs?" Fried or fertilized. Got to put paper in the printer for it
Yeah,
to
that's
print.
how it works. Wow! Hello! Thanks for the read! Sorry, I had a mad itch that I was trying to get, so I'm kind of sitting right here for a second. I am Yukihana. And he is Oni of the printing.
Oni of the out of his chair.
Oni out of the chair. How are we? No, how are you, Miss Anime Expo? What were you guys up to? I believe it. Saw them freaking pictures from it, and I was like, I want to be there. I want to sell to there. Oh, thank you. This is a sticker for Patreon. Oh, sorry. Where's the gap? Right here. Okay, thank you. I hope your stream was well, though. I think he can still hear me, but his mic's not down. But she says take care, Oni. Excuse who, demon? Whoa. Ah, yeah, right there. I didn't add the line there. Alright, let's try that again. Thanks for the follow. Fine. A Zen clip? What's a Zen clip? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, you definitely should if you intend on picking up your prize, because he's got stuff put together for mailing out, and he hadn't gotten anything from you, and I was supposed to put up a message, and we've been super busy with all this convention stuff. It just like slipped my mind too. But seeing your name obviously reminded me, so I was like, oh! Wow! Ow! Ow! Wow! Ow! Wow! Wow! And you're trying to drown me at the same time? Thank you, Flash. Thank you. Throw stuff at my head. Trying to drown me at the same time. Give me a concussion so I just boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that's definitely her booth. Man, that's so many people. What's with the chainsaw? What? Whoop. That was the wrong shade. Whoop. Blame the dog. No, fluffy stuff. Oh, it's a box. You alright? Yeah? You good? Nobody ever means to. Whoa. Making all sorts of noises over there, aren't you?
Yes, yes, I am.
Ooh. Color. Silvery bit. The only downside to Ishtola's outfit is that it's like roughly the same color.
Are you still here, Raid?
Or did you go back to sleep? Oh, got him. Kidding. Damn, maybe he is asleep. Eh.
I don't have his address saved. Apparently.
Raid. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Hey, there he is.
Raid, send me your address on Discord. Fuck. tell you.
What?
Ray's not here? Roger. I need tunes. I have tunes address saved in here?
Have you sent anything to him?
Oh wait, there's Rachel.
Hiding? Correct?
I guess it was hiding, yeah.
Excuse me, Queso?
Yeah, okay, apparently I do have it in here. I don't know why it wasn't showing up. I'm not gonna lie, the website here is kind of acting a fool. It worked that time. Weird. Maybe it doesn't want me to ship to Icy Blue.
Doesn't want you to?
I'm trying to put in stuff to send stuff to Icy Blue, and it's like not letting me.
That's weird. It was the first message that that you sent to him. Memories.
Damn. And I don't know if I have Kurone.
You'd probably have to ask her. Unless she messaged you about it. And I don't even know if she's in...
I'm supposed to send a naked ass picture to Mithro, right?
Yes, always. But I don't know if she's in the Discord either. I'd have to go find her profile on here. See what I can get. Wait, no, she follows on Twitter, I believe, so... Fine.
I feel like she sent me a message on Discord. Then
They're stuck. Trying to add in her little...
yeah, no, here it is. I have it.
Okay, that's... What? Topless Ganyu? Got it.
Topless holding two giant wieners?
Soda cans.
Soda cans, excuse me. Cans of Sprite. Calpico. That milky stuff.
Yuck. Calpe.
I heard it tastes good apparently if you know, but you have to work it out of them. Guys, it's not letting me Everything else worked perfect. For some reason it's crapping out whenever I'm trying to put in Icy Blue. That's interesting. I'll give it another try and dare. Let me go get me. Whatever you do, Mithro, don't open this tube in front of your mama. Told Mithro, whatever he does, don't open this tube in front of his mama.
Either. I had to go get some water. Then I went and saw the elephant hadn't eaten any of his food today.
Really don't like that pumpkin stuff.
I
Huh?
guess not. So I gave him a couple pieces out of it of the little chicken chunks. And then he came and started eating out of the bowl, but I had to stand there and he would look up at me and like, eat your food. He would just go back down. He would look back up at me and like, eat your food. So I'd stand there for a little bit.
At least he started eating something.
I won through 39.
So he can figure out how far down the list I am of his favorite male VTubers. Yeah, I don't believe you. Although technically speaking, if he was doing that, and 27 was the number that he went with, that means that I would have gone up in the ranking because I think I'm at like 50 now because of my trying to troll Ruffles talking about Grahati. You know?
Arrow.
Wrong computer.
I've been working on stuff all day. Normally I'm playing a game at this point, playing Final Fantasy, but we weren't able to do it today, so I was keeping the art going.
Oh, 56. Oh, damn. I hit 56. Let's go. Started from the bottom, still here.
Actually, did you start from the top and now you've gone down?
Well, I thought I was 50, so I went lower. So I went to the bottom. Still
I meant
here.
your original placement.
Yeah, it's true.
Trying to draw these feathers. I know I have a brush, but I don't think it looks. I don't like feathers. Yes, the foot snakes. Or at least try to. Once I finally get the old ones up there. Reminds me, I gotta put envelopes together too for you. Horror one. At this point, I'm thinking I'll just wait for. Solo one is gonna be done soon. Might as well go ahead. Might as well go ahead and it's finished up. Send it out. Once it comes in, send both stickers at the same time. Whoa.
Excuse me. Mithril's naked ass, milk-covered Ganyu. But it's okay, Mithril. She's got the hard eyes. So it makes it all better. Put a 1 in chat if the hard eyes do it for you. Food for people. Although it'd be rough sometimes we get rushes and it'd say 5 to 4 hours having 45 people showing for once several times throughout the day. That sounds like work, brother.
You get used to it.
Sounds like good old fashioned regular grind, my man. So just take it a step at a time. You can handle it. If you look at it as a whole, you'll get stressed out. Just handle the first one that came in, then handle the second one, then and break it in. Handle the first plate, the second plate, the third plate, the fourth plate, the fifth plate. Number one's done. So on and so forth. Step at a time, bro. You can handle it. I promise you. It seems like a lot. You can handle it. It seems like a gigantic mountain until you start trying to climb it. You start realizing this bitch is just a molehill. It ain't nothing. And I'm saying that from a personal level because sometimes I see things and I feel like I'm getting overwhelmed and I stop and I go, no. Start from the beginning. Break it down. Step at a time. Just do it in order. Go as fast as you can, but be as accurate as possible. And if somebody comes at you crooked talking about, oh, you took too long. Well, look, dude, there was 25 plates. I got them done in time. No complaints. What do you want from me? In that case, you hit it with that fucking raccoon shit and you say, fuck 'em. All right, does anybody want to order anything? Just move forward. You'll find yourself, the journey ain't that hard. You'll find yourself just making pace. Just move forward, I'm telling you. Does anybody else need anything right now? If you're trying to order something, you better say something because I got the label printer set up and everything. So I'm about to throw the Cricut in the trash and put the label printer over there because it's more useful. Not if we're a Samus sticker. All right, bro. Put in the order. I'll get it packed up right now. Don't worry about them, Storm. Don't worry about them. You take it a step at a time and you get it done and you get it out there. And if you know you did your best, you're good. That's yes, Metroid. Literally, every job is like that. The guy above you is always gonna bitch about, oh, blah 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 blah. Just ignore that shit. Get it done. Get it out there on time. Move on. They always bitch. You can't ever do it fast enough. They playing that game too. They don't want to give you a compliment and say you did a good job because then it's gonna make you think you need a raise, and they can't have that. Oh no. This motherfucker gonna think that he needs a raise or something like that. Exactly. Metroid spitting fact storm. Pay attention. Take notes. Burn it into your brain. Write it in your heart. Keep it in your soul. Put it in your back pocket because it's 100% the truth. Fuck this. Fuck that. Oh, it didn't get out fast enough? Well, fuck you. If you wanted it out faster, maybe you should have got in here and helped me scoop these motherfucking mashed taters. But you didn't want to pick up a spoon. So guess what? I did my best. I know I did my best. What's the next order? If there's that bad of a problem, go ahead and fucking fire my ass. Oh wait, you won't, because then you'll have to pick up the motherfucking spoon and scoop the potatoes yourself, and you won't do that. He'll figure it out, Metroid. Just keep telling him, keep reassuring him, keep repeating it, even if you sound like a broken record. Eventually, one day it'll stick. There'll be a moment where he'll have to think for himself, and your words will pop up into his skull, and he'll go, "Huh, my bro was right. Damn." Or he'll die trying. Either way. Okay, everything except for Icy Blue's envelope has been mailed out, and the only reason Icy Blue shit ain't been mailed is because for some reason USPS has not worked. So I'm gonna try again in a few days, and hopefully it'll work then. At the end of the day, brother, everybody got to walk their own path. The only thing we can do is encourage them, pray for them, give them positive words, remind them to work hard and be the best that they can, better themselves always. But everybody's got to carry their own torch, period. As much as I would want to carry everything that Yuki has to do, Yuki still has to do things for herself. Quite frankly, Storm, yeah. I would not do your best not to harbor any animosity. I only say that because you dropped the F-bomb in there. And I understand why. I get it. Oh, buddy, I get it. Oh, God, I get it. The shop closes at 9 o'clock. We're cleaning up the shelves, getting the games organized, dusting everything, putting shit away. Somebody walks in at 8:45 and we go, "Oh, hey, how's it going? Can we help you with anything?" "Oh, I'm just here to look." Bitch, do you not see that the sign said 9 o'clock? We close in 15, and you best believe I will manhandle your ass the hell up out of here. You better go on, get the absolute fuck out of my store. Get the fuck out of my store. I want to go home. I've been here since 8 o'clock this morning. It is 9 p.m. I want to go home. You need it, but that all translates to, well, just so you guys know, we close at 9. So if there's anything you need, please let us know. We'll get you taken care of. And then they go, "Oh, our bad," and then they just basically leave after 5 minutes. And they always will be, Storm. That's just part of life, brother. You change your order. You can't change your order, Mithril. The shop closed 57 minutes ago. So you take your Naked Ganyu picture and you say "nice tits" and you move on. That's good, Storm. That's what's up. The ice cream machine is broken, motherfucker. And I ain't fixing it in the next 10 minutes. So go head on over to Kroger and get you a pint, because that's the only ice cream you getting tonight.
Oh, snap.
What's up?
Matsuri booth locations were released via the Matsuri app,
Oh.
apparently.
You know, I was scrolling down my Twitter as a random thing that I just saw, regardless of where you stand on the subject matter, but I thought it was interesting. I guess Vic is working with the Anime Matsuri people to start up an animation studio.
Really?
I had a thing in my timeline, and they're releasing some sort of anime about a zipper, some little creature or something like that. And he kept referring to check out me, Anime Matsuri, and the people over at AM Studios, which I'm assuming AM Studios means Anime Matsuri Studios. And I guess they're gonna start licensing things and bringing things over here, which will be interesting. All right, Everything's packed up.
Good.
I gotta put some tape on the edge of the tubes, though. Damn. I was hoping to finish by 9 so I'd have a little bit of time to do something and decompress, but... I think Havel and Czar tried it, and they were like, it was a shake. I was like, yeah, you know, it'd be like
We are
that.
all entitled to our opinions, but yay, corner tables. I don't even know. I don't know how to check the tables. Is it just the app? I guess I'll have to download it so I can look at it.
Do you have it downloaded, Raunchy? Can you send us a screenshot real quick? Do
He's
us
the
a
one who
favor,
posted
brother?
it in Discord.
Send me a screenshot, brother. Where are we? Shit.
He already posted the boost, but I don't know where it is. I have to download the app.
E12. We're in the same row as you, Raunchy? Is that? Oh, I guess 38 and 12. We might be on opposite corners of the damn universe. Look at Kazu A04. He paid for it.
I tried to. I didn't get it.
He paid for that.
I tried to
shit.
pay for it. I was ready, but then I didn't make it in time because I forgot. And I went to go do it. And I was in the process of buying it, and it was gone.
It makes sense that it's some sort of berry vanilla shake or something like that. Logical. The power of memes on the internet. Can you imagine how many of those McDonald's sold just because of that meme?
Too many.
Like, they had to sell at least triple what they intended to because of that damn meme. Look at you, Raunchy. Look at you, you beautiful son bitch. Thank you.
Holy crap, that's a big ass Artist Alley. I mean, I knew it was big, but just like actually seeing it.
Damn, we're smacked at. Hey, we're on a corner. What's
Wow,
up?
what? They gave us a corner?
Let's go.
What the
All
fuck?
right. We're kind of smack dab in the middle. Okay. Now I got it. Now I got to see. Okay, look at Kazu. Look at this mother. Look at this little buff right
those
here. I ain't even mad. Go
shiny
on,
yellow
brother.
booths that I tried to pay for.
C25 is okay. I see you. Okay. Where are you at, Raunchy? You are.
I thought that was queso typing, but it
shit,
was
you
you,
are-
Storm.
Damn, this motherfucker is huge. I didn't scroll all the way up. I know you.
Exactly.
I was looking for Raunchy's. I only saw the 30, and I was like, "Where the hell's 38? What is it? Oh shit, there's a there's a 50. All right,
It goes
then.
all the way to letter I.
Holy crap! Let's see. Let's D32. Yo, double corner boost. Let's go, bro. D32. Okay, we got right there on the corner. We got 3 corner booths, 4 corner booths technically.
I was reading what Storm said, and it just made he typed "humph" with the F like you do. So I was like, "What?"
Oomph.
Yeah,
I ain't mad,
I've-
Storm. If you don't want to try it, don't try
I've
it. Or if
heard
you
of
do, get a
that
really small
fabled
one.
day. Artist Alley only.
That's crazy.
There's a
This is probably the next one that I'm really
Artist
excited for
Alley.
because I feel like this is going to be the first like
okay.
big.
This is
ass
on their
convention
app,
we're
so
going
wait.
to.
Well, it's spelled like this. Classically. But here's a picture of the. I'm gonna post Raunchy's picture because it's not got any sensitive information in it, other than what apps he hasn't read on the top there.
You guys know
Oh,
that
yes.
Raunchy has an Instagram. You should definitely go follow him. I think that's. I don't know what these other ones are.
There you go, Raid.
Indeed? Is that what that is, Raunchy? Is that Indeed? Or is it LinkedIn? I don't know what the fuck that is. All
What is that? Facebook Messenger?
Is that what that little lightning bolt is?
It's not.
Or is it
It's
the one
not a
on the left?
lightning bolt. It's a speech bubble.
Oh, it's LinkedIn? Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. I couldn't remember. I just looked at it too. That's funny. Thinking about it. Yeah, no, being on a corner usually is rather strong. And we're kind of, I wonder what all this other shit from these blueprints is with these patches on here.
What? What are you talking about?
This thing next to
Oh,
E11
it looks like a
that's kinda
pillar.
close to us. Is it a pillar?
Probably a
That
pillar.
Makes sense, actually. Yeah, you're probably right. Wait, we're right by a pillar like that?
No,
Oh.
we're not. They are. The E11
Yo,
is.
I feel bad. E11 kind of got
Every
snuffed on that
this
corner
is
right
the
there.
artist alley raid. This is the artist alley. Wonder how much
Yes,
room we have
indeed.
behind us though.
Good question. How big is the booth supposed to be?
I don't
dude?
fucking
Do you
remember. It's not just the purple tables. It's literally all of those. The gold ones are the people that got the priority tables because they paid for them. It's a 10 by 10.
Sounds like a plan, man. I like it.
In my email from them.
C2E2? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, Monstery is probably the premier convention here in Texas. Really, it's probably the biggest one, huh?
At this point, probably.
Like WeebCon was pretty massive too, but
Not this big.
not
This is just
big,
the
no.
artist alley.
Yeah, that's true. Chicago Comic and Entertainment. Oh, okay, that's what's up. Well, shit. Hopefully we do well. This is the thing that my brain has been preparing for and spending all this money and ordering merchandise and whatnot. So fingers crossed, huh?
Just read their
10
terms.
by 10, bro.
Okay,
That's good to
10
know.
by 10? That's a lot of room. Oh my gosh.
I know. Good God, it's wild to think. That, and ironically, that was our first convention was 10 by 10.
Mm-hmm.
That set the size precedent and the how much money you can make precedent. Did I say how much money you can make? I mean, how much money you cannot make. Being nocturnal and hungry fucking suck, bruh. If it hits like 10 something and I'm hungry, that means I'm going to bed. Like, fuck it, I'm going to sleep.
Speaking of which.
But I ate way too much dinner, bro. I'm so damn full. Oh my, I was hungry as hell after putting. Oh, I didn't take a picture of the grill. I'll take a picture tomorrow, y'all. And same, Ron, she's saying, brother, we gonna make it, brother. We gonna make it. We out here doing the damn thing.
Oh yeah, I had posted. I forgot I was supposed to talk to you about it, but you were busy with your family meeting stuff. But the Airbnb situation.
Have we decided?
Well, I posted the link in there. Really, Metroid? In the hotel section.
Okay.
Just haven't heard back from the single
The what,
person.
Metroid? No. No. Negative, Ghost Rider. That's always the worst too, Saint. When I'm fucking hungry and I just want a snack, but the only things in the house are like I have to like actually like make food or it's frozen, so it's like I guess I'll drink a cup of water. That's my go-to of late as well. I'll just drink some water. Fuck it. I'll drink some water. Well, hopefully we'll see you there, Raid. In all the chaos.
I hope it's.
Hopefully we'll sell
I hope it's
all the
chaos.
things. I am so deep
I hope
into
it's like
spending-
Anime Expo.
I got my work bonus, my inheritance, my everything's going into this, so I pray to God we do well these next couple weekends. Excuse me. Drink some water, Metroid. You too, Raunchy.
From what I heard, people have said with the artist only day, it's crazy just on that Thursday because only artists, like it's just that hall.
That's fair.
Because
Drink some damn water.
when we
Raunchy.
first
Drink more water.
when we first met all these people at Otaku Tattoo and they said they had been to Matsuri, they said they nearly sold out on Thursday of certain things. Remember that?
You are not going to any sort of fucking bodybuilding competition, Metroid. Shut the fuck up. We're not here to show off. We're here to improve and be stronger. Looking the part is a fringe benefit. The point is to be strong enough to handle any situation that comes your way. Okay? Let's get that right. Get your head in the game. Damn it. I remember that Thursday was artist alley only. I don't recall them saying that it was nuts like that, though.
Yeah, a few people did, or a couple people did. Namely, a certain person with her comic had said that.
Oh, that's true. Get an Airbnb, Raid.
Yeah, I would look for an Airbnb. It's gonna be that many days. That's what we have anyway. Or just suddenly become super best friends with Raunchy and sleep on his couch.
I'm not gonna lie, Raid. There is a deep temptation.
What?
There is a deep temptation to just get a room at the hotel so I don't have
It's
to.
too late. We already booked the Airbnb.
I know. I'm just saying that the temptation is always there. It's like, damn, if I get this hotel, I don't have to drive anywhere. It depends on the Airbnb because sometimes it's like you get your own separate little guest house area thing, and sometimes you're in like a house, but you have a sectioned off area of the house. We've actually, majority of the time, we've been in our own separate thing. Like a separate guest house or something like that. But this last one for Kowai, we were in like a house that was sectioned out and built really weird. It was pretty wild, actually.
It's really not. But you don't want to pick ones that sound sketchy as well. If you read something and it sounds like, you know, it's weird, then most likely it's going to be weird. But I pick ones that are well rated and good price.
Exactly, Raid. Airbnb. So what it boils down to at the end of the day, Metroid, is we're not going to these to have fun. We're going there because it's...
That's not what he said.
I'm explaining my mindset, dear. Let me finish my statement. Like I was saying, we're not going there because we're like going on any sort of vacation or something like that. Like we're here to work. Like that's the mentality, right? We're here to grind. We're here to work. So keeping that cost as low as possible takes priority. And if Ray's going to pay $1,000 to stay at a hotel, and I'm going to pay $250 to stay at an Airbnb, that's a pretty big difference. Even if I just wanted to spend that other $750 on like food for the 4 days, I'd be eating damn good. You know what I'm saying?
That's still not what he said. He said that the concept of an Airbnb sounds sketchy to him.
Yes, but what I'm responding to is, yeah, I can understand why you'd be uncomfortable, but at the end of the day, we here to make money.
Yeah, but if something was truly sketchy, we wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah. But that's what you said. I was piggybacking off what you said. But you hear me. You get what I'm saying, Metroid. And yes, Yuki does her due diligence. When she looks at it, she sends it to me. We both look at it. If we get any sort of like, I don't know about this, we leave it alone. It is what it is. Like, it's a lot cheaper to stay at an Airbnb. If you can get the homies together and get like a whole house or some shit, it's even cheaper doing that. Like, you can spend, $150 for the whole weekend as opposed to, crazy stuff. Have you seen any weird ones? No, we've only, what are we at, like 4 or 5 now at the most? Not even. We've stayed at like 3 to 5 of them. Well, we did that one in Las Vegas. So that probably counts. So yeah, we've done less than 10 Airbnbs, and none of them have been particularly like.
We've driven up and been like, are we sure about this? And then we get in, we're like, oh no, we're good.
It's usually pretty damn nice and pretty clean inside, so it's not a problem. That being said, your boy always has his gun on him, so yeah. I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Plus, when it comes to protecting Yuki, everyone's life is forfeit, so fuck around and find out, homie. We're gonna have to. Ooh. Thinking we're gonna have to measure out if it's a 10 by 10. We need to measure out all the print space we can put up and figure out how much. I think technically, I think the quote Metroid is God made man, but Sam Colt made man equal.
I know we're, from looking at that, I know we're on a corner, but I don't know if that means we get more than one table.
I don't think so. Irregardless, if we have 10 foot behind us, that means we can extend it out to 10 feet, and we need to see how much we can get up there. Might have to do a bunch more printing, that's for sure. Yeah, I feel you, Metro. I do that often. Girl, it's 10:20. We gotta stop.
I know. What do you mean straight lines, Reed? What are you talking about? I was just trying to see if I like, because I'm, oh, the way I'm coloring, I was like, is the pencil gonna work for me? Not gonna work. Ooh, what was that? Spider? That left a mess on the wall? Just like that one you killed outside left that damn mess on the porch. I was like, whoa. Can't even hear. He does. Think he carries it in his mouth? I don't think I've pencil brush for coloring. Probably make it smooth.
You always have to have the trigger guarded. Don't ever have the trigger just open like that because that's how accidents happen. That's unacceptable. Period. Don't have a holster, guess what? It gets to stay home and stay in the dresser drawer. Do not take it with you anywhere if you can't cover up that trigger. Don't even get up, bro. Just go buy one. Just literally go buy one and put the gun in the damn holster. When your dad comes by and goes, "What the hell is this?" You'd be like, "You're welcome." And I'm not asking, I'm telling. All right? If you're going to own a firearm, it's a responsibility. You need to take all the precautions necessary.
Damn, Raid.
Is that for staying at the hotel on premises? On the premise? You know what I mean? Shut up. Too damn much, bro.
Retro, or not retro, but in comparison, I guess. Four nights. 4 nights at this Airbnb, Wednesday through Sunday, for both of us is gonna be $314.68.
Does the Airbnb have like another room?
It had said only 2 people, but I haven't asked them if we could bring anybody else.
If they have like if they have an extra room that he could rent out that's nearby, he can just ride with us. Yeah, he needs to buy a concealed carry holster or something, Metroid. I'm not gonna get into it, bro. He a grown man. I am gonna get into it. He needs to not carry that thing if he's not gonna carry it safely. I don't even know. It's not acceptable. It's very much not okay. Are we close to the venue? I don't fucking. Where are we staying again? Could you send me the link? Are we staying in a room or are we staying in an
It's a
actual
whole
area?
house. Talked about this before.
Did we?
Yes. Yeah, the whole conversation about it.
The worst part is that you can get a holster that's not crazy expensive. I carry a knife too, Queso. I carry everything, boy. I may not have been burned in Texas, but boy, I got here as soon as I could, but not really, actually. I didn't want to be here till I met Yuki, and then she was like, I think you're kind of cute. Do you want to date? And I was like, oh, shit, Texas is great. That's not at all what happened, but in theory, Yuki was like, oh, shit, you're the hottest guy I ever met in my life. No, I'm glad it didn't go that way, because then it would have been like I didn't earn it. It just fell into my lap. No, I'm glad I had to earn it. In this house, you can carry a knife. There you go. We actually just went to fucking Bass Pro Shops, and this dude sharpened my knife for me. And god dog, that man put an edge on that bitch.
From what I'm looking at the map, and I see the George R. Brown, and where we're in the area we're gonna be, it's not that far. Let me. I'll send you. It's in the listing, I think, if you can see it. But let me just take a snippet of it for you.
Oh yeah, I see the map.
Does it show you the George R. Brown?
Yep.
Exactly, which is why I'm going to send you a snippet. Because I couldn't find it.
Like roughly pinpoint.
Because I couldn't find it. Well, no, it has it on this map. I was trying to find it and I couldn't. It's that red one.
Oh yeah, it's like up the street.
It's not that far.
Well, let me see if I can put this shit into maps and get an approximate.
Oh, that's right. It's a one-bedroom house. So it's definitely not gonna have like any room.
Well, I mean, if he were to find an Airbnb close to where we are, we could pick him up, drop him off, yada yada yada.
That's
but then he wouldn't be able to go back to his room easily. There's that. This is roughly. That's in the area. Directions. According to Google Maps, it is a 8-minute drive. You don't even get on the freeway.
Yeah.
2.2 miles away.
I'm not saying it, but it's not really that far.
So, just a thought.
Well, let's get going to bed. So, we'll catch you
While I
guys.
chug this water.
Huh?
Oh yeah, had to chug that water.
Oh.
Now I feel like a boat.
Let me hit the button. Oh, it's time for sleeps, y'all. We'll see y'all in the morning. See y'all tomorrow. I haven't even said anything yet.
Have you ever wanted to
Fun.
join
Oh, okay.
Discord where people just say dumb shit and post sexy pictures all the damn time? Well, have I got a treat?
Well,
for
head on
you.
down to the ice pack.
It's all like licking some sweet, sweet toes dipped in that glorious honey given by the Lord above. I tell you, that's the way the Discord feels when you in there quiet, ride, nice and tight. You know what I'm saying? Wink, wink, yeah.
As you already heard, exclamation point Discord, come hang out with us in the Discord. You can come. Thank you. You can post your own links also when you're live, stuff like that. Just come hang out, memes, pictures, whatever. Exclamation point socials will give you links to every post stuff. If you want that quality, you can only get it on Patreon. And of course, exclamation point story and V for Prince Charm stickers, pillows, dockies, cups, all that stuff, all on there. So do check that out. You already did that.
Yeah, yeah.
Stickers. Not pop up list. Need more links and stickers. Okay. Pop. All right, this raid has started. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Y'all don't
Have a good day now, whatever time it is for you. And now we're ready to raid. We are ready to raid.
Rock and roll, baby.
So see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out and everything.
Appreciate y'all.
Especially it being a long art only stream.
Pretty damn long stream, gotta admit.
Sorry.
Eh.
Well, at least I'm getting there on this.
Yeah, you made a hell of a headway on that.
Yeah. Gotta see how I want to color it. Okay. Good night. Bye-bye.
Y'all later.